let's talk about KT then.
KT Genji.
And what makes them different?
Should we talk about the future? No, I mean, I'm ready to talk about the future because I mean, KT
That's where
did.
we're- that's
if you
where
want to
we're
talk about KT Genji, that was the past, which KT did win.
Yes.
And
And now the future is KT versus
I am
Genji
very
revenge match.
currently prepared to predict Genji to win KT in the Rivalry.
There it is.
We all knew it was coming.
Just because
but the
I
delivery was
want-
very good.
Just because I want an outcome to happen doesn't mean that I should say that I think it's going to happen.
I have to admit that I did that with DK.
Yeah, no, we've all done that.
We knew.
We've all
A
been
prediction
doing it all year.
is different from a hope.
Exactly.
I would
This
love
is-
you for the KT prediction though.
I'd almost do it for the memes, but I think
no.
regardless.
It implies excitement, so
yeah,
I think
enthusiasm. I think
bad
even
form.
if you're a KT
Yeah.
fan, you're predicting Genji.
You got it. They did it when it was it 14-0, 15-0?
14 and 15, I think.
Yeah.
Or 14 and 13, I'm pretty sure.
However, no. I meant how many
predictions.
yeah, it was
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
unanimous.
saying.
Yeah, it's
both
unanimous.
because both this year and last year was like 13. Because I
Yep.
saw the images with BDD and the predictions. I think it was like. 13,
I think we all
14.
need to collectively agree that we're predicting Genji.
Yes, I am
Because
predicting
we
Genji.
absolutely need it to be unanimous again to give KT any hope.
Yeah.
But also, I did watch KT play against Honor Life Esports, and there's like, kind of, it was, there was some
Yeah.
things that were going up, but they weren't roller coasters or roaster coasters. It was kind of Hanwha Life. They were going up to the grand finals.
I feel with
Yes.
KT the same way that I feel with BNK. Like they could get 3-0, doesn't matter. They've all like the team has created magic yet again. They've given us the best playoffs that we've had. Even if they get swept here, who cares?
Yep.
I think even most KT
Well,
fans.
I mean, I kind of.
I was saying-
we literally have.
No, I know.
To go back to what I was saying
have-
before.
I
I
have
would
talked to
be
Wolf.
like a little bit emotionally invested in
I have-
the possible win.
I have talked.
and then crushed by the eventual loss.
I have talked talked to Emily. I've talked to Laure. All these people, they will always say, "Oh, I'm gonna believe," but deep in their heart, they know.
Oh, yeah. Well, like, this is the thing about being a KT fan, is that you need to always be outwardly expressing your acceptance of losing horribly at any moment, whilst internally saying, please, for eternity.
So KT and DK are just the same.
Well, yeah. And KT did it first. Is just, we need to make sure that everyone knows that.
I do think that the reason why KT beat Genji last time was the jungle gap. And while
yeah.
Kenyon did wake up today,
Maybe he goes back to sleep.
Maybe he goes back to sleep, or maybe he just didn't perform well in the beginning of the series, and maybe he doesn't perform well in Inspire Arena, right? Like, there's a strong possibility that could happen. Perfect, he's the type of player who's both a liability in draft, but also kind of a reliable punching bag in the top lane if he can get those champions. I think teams, especially like Hanwha Life, have identified that
Yeah.
Perfect is kind of, he's weak side only. That's the way it
He is a
goes. He
punching
doesn't do
bag.
the other one.
I love that. Yeah, my top laner, a punch bag.
He'll take a hit,
Yeah.
and then he'll take another one.
Yeah, he'll stand in front so the other guys don't get hurt.
We
Stand in
put
front to
a
protect
shield
the
in
tower.
front of him in games 1 and 2, but then there's no more shield to put in front of him because we ran out because he only has those 2 tanks in the top lane he can play.
Born inside, baby.
But then he'll do it again on Ambessa this time. But unfortunately,
He
doesn't
keeps
do much
asking for the
anything
flamethrower, but for some reason it's not allowed to be played.
The KT mid jungle is legitimately world class and absolutely
else.
elite.
It might be the best in the league, and it might not matter.
I think Owner's still I think Owner's the best jungler.
Well,
Of
as in
playoffs
like
as
the
well.
combination of the two.
Oh,
is
that's
the best.
that's valid. Yeah.
And I think at the moment, like over the year, it was Chovy Canyon, right? I think
I would still say. Oh, as a 2v2.
As a 2v2.
Sorry, yeah, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that was kind of carried by Chovy. I'm not gonna lie.
right, but
What
I
about
would agree.
Showmaker Canyon back in the day? That
But
was pretty
I think
solid.
now, as far as like the form of Cousin BDD at the moment, I think they are the best two
I agree.
individual
I
players,
agree.
like in those two roles.
Remember the Syndra game?
I remember even the Lissandra game.
It's
like
such a good
BDD
pod
just
stick for
like
you, Wolf. I'm so happy.
Remember the Lissandra Wukong?
Yeah.
The backup Lissandra? BDD's got more. He's got Veigar up his sleeve.
oh man.
I hope he
And,
doesn't pull it out,
you
but like
know,
he has it.
I'll never count a team with Peter.
Oh
Or
Yeah.
Duck.
Do you know what? I was in the post game thread of this Genji T1 series that happened today, and people were also posting Peter my goat in that thread. That's the world we live in. Like, and you know, like sometimes you read the news and you just feel depressed about the way the world's going. Sometimes you pop into a post-match thread and someone just says, Peter would have won. Because he did win a Maokai game.
It was
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
He played a really good
And-
Maokai support game.
And it wasn't Flame that happened after that. It was just Peter my goat over and over again. And then they said something about Pedal Peddler, and it was just the greatest. And I don't know. Every time I read about Peter, I just remember that happiness is a thing that people can have.
It's-
Sadness also.
Yes,
the rest
sadness
of the thread was
also
that.
for those
People-
who may want Peter to succeed, but he often falls short.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
People talk about the Lost Rocks Tiger, which obviously is Peanut. What about the lost remaining Noodle Boy? That's what I want. Because I think Gio might be gone next year, and then it'll just be Peter. Dun Dun.
Dun Dun will come back.
He was
He'll
back
come
for
back.
a little bit.
He did.
The
in
last
Low Park.
Ramyun block.
I mean, isn't that
no.
a lot of KT? BDD, right?
I mean,
Noodle Boy?
BDD was in.
Oh no, we don't
motion
remember
recently.
those days.
No.
We might have to edit this part out.
Yeah,
Tigran
dread-
doesn't know about
dread.
the
No,
controversy,
no.
the ghost bottom lane.
Peanut.
You guys Ghost
Peanut
might
Noodle
make it
Boy?
to LTA, by the way.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell
They're
yeah.
playing the
Isn't that just the
promotion tournament.
happiest news you've ever? Like, imagine just Ghost thriving somewhere out there.
When
Isurus
it, when,
Gaming.
it, when it
I love
comes
Ghost.
to when it comes to
It's Astral,
players,
right?
Astral Gaming. Astral Gaming. Sorry.
yeah, Ghost is one of the most genuinely lovely people ever.
He is so sweet.
And I remember because I got this feedback from, I think it was Oceanic players that were over at a tournament, and they hung out with Ghost all the time because he was just, I think Tally was telling me about this.
Tallywhacker.
You good old Wally Thacker. That was his name.
Fast.
It's sorry, that was his name.
It's the appropriate response. Yeah. I mean, it's the appropriate response. So,
In 2014, that was his name when Freak cast him in the OPL finals, and we were really excited. Anyway, I remember like they would hang out, and like Ghost was just always down for a good time, always like happy to chat with like anyone ever, and I just want to say that he's lovely. So
always
very
happy to be a
that he's
stable
finding
bot laner
success.
in your
Yeah.
League of Legends game.
There's a reason why he's
Actually,
got a Jin skin.
I have no issue with Duckers. I think Duckers has been great. I think that the bar to like, or the barrier to the top 3, I don't think he consistently hits.
Are you trying to say he's not elite?
That's
Oh
actually
my
that was an ongoing conversation me and Wolf had.
Yes.
I still think that I don't think he hits the Viper Ruler Guma trifecta, but imagine.
But he's in the elite 4.
yeah, he is in the elite.
If
four
you
for
put
sure.
like, if you said top 4 instead
Yeah.
of top 3.
Hey.
No,
you know.
for sure. I'm just making clear. I don't have any beef with Duck, but just imagine Ghost and Peter in a bot lane together. Imagine the
Why is
vibes.
he doing this?
Yeah,
to
what?
Tom?
They're still in.
yeah,
It
it's
says
on the sheet.
They
I'm
are
not-
still.
No, I'm
Why
not
are you breaking up KT
no, I'm
already?
I'm not talking about.
Just
Crocker,
because
if
you're
you
leaving
would
doesn't mean
like,
you have to
I-
burn it down.
He's imagining a scenario that's actually not possible because Ghost is not currently registered to play on KT roster in the playoffs.
I know your team's in gray,
Okay.
but KT
Guys,
is the
I'm
last
not-
red
I
team
just-
standing.
There was no deeper meaning. I just think both Ghost and Peter are very
Those
nice
vibes in a
individuals, and the
theoretical
vibes
team
would
for
be
the
great.
future would be nice.
Just in a
True.
hypothetical.
There we go.
So-
however, KT
I think Duck
do
Dom's pretty
still
nice
exist.
also.
Yeah.
He is actually. Yeah.
Remember that one time he came out with a cast on to carry his team across the line?
That was a baller move.
Domlon fans
So,
remember.
Wolf, as the KT fan, do you have an issue with us discussing Genji Hanwha Life as the potential final?
No, because
I think
as
we should discuss
predicted-
Genji first, and then we can go into like. I think almost.
No,
all
yeah,
of
that's
this-
fine. We could just do a Genji.
We mentioned
Hanwha.
we
Yeah, no, it's
mentioned
fine.
that we, as even KT fans, predict Gen G to be going to the final. So I think maybe we can just go there because even if you're a KT fan, you have to predict that Gen G are going to the final. So if we
'Cause-
even put into the universe that it's possible that KT can go to the final, which I know goes against what you were saying before, where they are
this
still
is not
alive on the
possible.
sheet.
Get the paper out of here.
The sheet. I said a rude word by accident, but I meant to say sheet. I'm sure it's an accent thing. Anyway, it, it's. I need to keep
I
this.
did not mean
I'm
for
just
that
gonna
to
read this over
happen.
here.
Dagon, are you okay?
Well, we're trying to get rid of the potentiality of it happening. Wolf
No.
said,
Yeah, no.
on
So
this
this is-
paper,
Guys,
it's
focus.
potential.
We just
Genji
need-
Hanwha.
Yeah, Genji Hanwha is the thing, and we just don't accept that. Like we all just know that KT are going to lose. It's fine. And that's
Kyan's
okay.
so upset I just destroyed the paper.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
well, I mean,
I mean,
like,
she
you-
spent a lot of time making it. It was actually like
Worked
a
hard
lot
on
of
those sheets,
resources.
Dagon.
Yeah, now Mao and I need to share them. And
I
so
don't
now
need the sheet.
Neither of us can read the sheet.
I'm gonna need to watch you walk that down to recycling later.
You
Guys,
may
let's not
actually,
bully
because we
Dagon,
might walk
okay?
into the back.
Let's not. Let's
I don't
not
know where
resort to
recycling
bullying.
is.
Let's lock in Genji Hanwha.
So
Yep.
I know there's been a lot of people, starting with Valdez, who like basically already said Hanwha, just give them the trophy.
Just
on
give
cast.
Hanwha Life the
Yeah,
trophy?
just
Is
give
that
Hanwha
what
the
we've
trophy.
turned it
basically
into?
Said, he
What
basically
the
said that.
heck?
I kind of feel like Hanwha's win over T1 was against a T1 that was in shaky form, that still hadn't really figured out their BO5s yet, and maybe today was kind of continuation of that. And then they beat KT, who no one's really excited about, and was a pretty weak KT performance, to be honest.
Well, they had
so
just
are we
won,
really just
so they were
going,
no longer
okay, they
due.
6-0'd, but then Genji went to 5, so by transitive property, I guess Han would just do the winning? Oh, is that what we're doing? We're not gonna talk about some stylistic differences. We're not gonna talk about how Chovy's still the stronger mid laner over Zeka. We're not gonna talk about.
Yeah, no, that's what this part of the show is, actually,
I-
is talking about
Oh,
that.
okay, good. I thought
So-
we were gonna
That's
just.
what we're
You
doing.
guys were just gonna say Han
That's
will
on
win,
the
and then
sheet.
it
If
would
if
roll.
Dagon hadn't although, wait, you still got one, so
No,
never
yeah,
mind.
I could still see
I,
it.
Yeah, yeah.
My specific reasoning, and I think that if Genji is firing on all cylinders, they will win. Because I think if they're firing on all cylinders with the current roster, they are the best team in the world. Right? I think, though, that Hanwha's prep in this playoffs has been the best, bar none. They have the players and the depth of champion pool to back it up. Their pathing has been amazing. Their individual prep for every team has been...
The nut! Sorry.
not God, has actually been crazy. What that means is that Hanwha Life is going to prep for Genji, and even if they have to end up having to prep for KT.
So the only way they lose the LCK final is if KT
Yes.
upsets and they haven't
I mean,
prepped and they have to play them the next
I'm
day.
not even joking, because I think that given the Hanwha Life prep record and how well that the team currently seems to be functioning, I think this will be one of the hardest finals to call that we've had in recent years. But I would be favoring Hanwha right now.
I would be not, because I favored Hanwha in the last final before MSI, and I got emotionally destroyed by the horrific 3-0
After the reverse sweep,
yeah, that was
it was
gross.
reverse sweep
I
into
do-
freezer.
yeah.
That was painful.
I do
Yeah,
think
and it
Kronkler-
feels like a 3-0 in my
Kronkler's-
head. That's how it feels.
Kronka's onto something with the prep though, like the Viper lane swap that we saw, some really cool drafting. The Smolder play just in general was quite clean, and this is also for me kind of extremely unlike Hanwha Life Esports to come in with like strategy and like, I'm serious. Like they kind of just
I'm
go.
actu-
they just
I
kinda
have
go,
all of your
okay, Delight,
EWC
go in,
conversations
Peanut,
in my
go
brain.
in, Viper clean it up. That's what we do. We're Hanwha Life Esports. Excuse me, Viper Life Esports.
Yeah.
And then this time it felt like that everyone's got this coordinated effort. Peanut looks completely back in form in terms of his early game. He's playing Poppy again. That's something that you have to ban against him. So I do think Hanwha look to be favorites, but I don't think it's like a freebie by
No,
any means.
no.
I think we might get a banger of a series. And even if it is like KT showing up, I don't care. That's still a banger. You know,
If the
like
series-
these two series that we have are going to be really special.
I'm kind of like Chovy is the Chovy can is the X factor to me, where we don't know what form they're going to be on. Obviously, they might be exhausted from that KT series. They might have been a little bit exposed in that KT series, had to show more strategy, like you mentioned, the prep. But also, even though Genji's played more games than normal to get to the finals because they got knocked out by KT, Chovy still played Vex, and no one really knew that was coming, right?
Yeah.
Like, we knew it was a possibility, of course, but, like, it's not something you really expect or prep for, and T1 definitely did not. So, Zeka is not that guy. Like, Zeka will occasionally play Akali, and we're like, I don't know if this is an Akali angle. You know, you
when
occasionally
he
play
pulls
Sylas, and
out
we're like,
something
okay,
weird, you're like, oh, Zeka. You know, that's what you do. Like, he
stay
has,
in the Zeka box.
yeah, he has it, but the box is full of a lot of toys now.
We keep
but
saying, like,
you
yeah,
know
we keep saying the
toys.
Zeka box is a little bit bigger this year.
It is a good box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chovy's parents get him new toys all the time, though. And so, unfortunately, you like reach into Chovy's box, you're like, oh, wow, this G.I. Joe, I didn't even think that came out yet, you know?
Yeah,
And then he
Chovy's
also has-
box is the unlocked account.
And then he also he has also really old toys.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you're like, what? This was only played by Fiesta in 2021.
Yeah, where did you get this
Why-
vintage
why
antique?
Why do I hear bass music? As he locks in
Chovy-
sad mid.
Chovy
God.
picks up like the Cassidon and like shakes it, and he's like, "No," puts it down back in the box.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
yeah.
This one's too slow.
Oh, I found a snake in the corner.
Yeah, that was fun that Keria hovered the Kassadin, and then he hovered it back before locking the Cassiopeia, and then 1v2ing, 1v9ing the game. That was pretty awesome. I think for Hanwha, for me, it was Delight, I think's performance. Peanut and Delight, right? Those are the two X factors for me. Peanut, I didn't vote him for All Pro because he was struggling,
Neither did
right?
I.
But I think
I did, but like I didn't feel like
Didn't
it
feel
was
great about
clear.
it.
I didn't feel like he was clearly the third, which I put him in
Yeah.
third.
And I think with Delight, who has oozed confidence even throughout some of these tougher runs, to be able to back it up on the Alistair in game one the way that he did was just like, oh, now he has the proof to back up the confidence, and the team was humming and he was making plays all around the map. Like, that's what you needed, because that was the strength of Hanwha that you said earlier. You have multiple different winning ways, winning lanes to play through, but then we stopped kind of getting that as a tandem with Delight and Viper. It was just Viper, and it seemed like teams were starting to be able to handle that if Peanut was having an off game. But then when he started humming and Peanut were humming, that's awesome. So now both
It kind of sounded like,
Yeah. Well, so the way I see the
Why
way
do
I
you keep saying they were humming? I don't know.
Like an engine.
like an engine.
the way I've got an analogy for
Okay.
you guys. Can I try it out for a sec?
Oh, this is gonna be.
He was
bad.
also playing music beforehand. We were playing
So,
music earlier.
As you were talking about, you know, they have three like avenues of attack. You know, they've
Three
got
lanes,
three
some might
lanes
say.
of power, and then you've got two supports.
And then someone who links them together.
Yeah. And so basically, if you like visualize it, they're a fork or a trident.
It's a trident, yeah.
Yeah.
A fork has four generally.
But a fork can have three.
three.
It can have three,
Oh
but
my
it
God.
only
Can
has
also
four.
have two.
It's called a fork because it's four. It's not called a three, Knigan.
But wait, so the point is though, like it forms the fork, okay, and we can get the fork. It forms the fork.
Max, I just want to say,
right?
with your accent, you should be very careful.
No, I'm being intentional. Okay.
He's just forking around, guys.
This is how I get to. I'm just saying fork a whole lot of times, okay? It's fine. This is allowed. It's cutlery. Anyway, so what happens is you've got the three, and then you've got the two, and you got a fork, and it's great, and you can eat your dinner, and everything's lovely. But what happens when the two things connecting are gone or not working? You have three sticks. And that's not helping.
I've just
that's cutlery
realized-
as well.
I've
Dang
just
it, you can still eat your
realized-
dinner. That's chopsticks. I should
I
go
just
home.
realized
I've-
KT are chopsticks, yeah. In this analogy.
They are just chopsticks.
Yeah. Well, that's my preferred method of
The
eating.
analogy worked so well. No, it didn't work for me, but you saved it. We got there in the end because they only got the two.
One thing I will say in all seriousness about how Hanwha played their last two series is they were strangely well prepared, as Chronicle put it, but also measured. Like they knew, oh, this is not the time to fight. Like the Smolder game
Yeah.
where they gave up the dragons and they were like, oh, we can just scale. We need more stacks. Old Hanwha was like, I'm not giving that dragon. We're going to fight anyways.
Yeah.
No,
But
there's
the-
people here. We must do
yeah,
fighting.
Delight, get them. But like actually they knew when not to fight and they were a little bit careful. I was quite shocked.
They were also a little bit lucky to get the fourth Drake to extend the game to another one, because it was when Owner didn't have Smite for like less than half a second. It was coming off cooldown, and then they were able
Calculated.
Viper was able to pick it off. But yes, like the strategy was wait, and then if they're forcing us into it, we'll take it away.
I just liked that Hanwha was good again because they were really not. They were still fine, but they were very clearly third.
Yeah.
Feeling like a two-team region was bad. That was a bad
Now
feeling.
we're a 4-team region, right?
Thanks
Nah,
for
three-team
saying that,
region.
Cronny.
No. Three-team region, Wolf. No.
I mean, the T1 fans might get upset if you said we were only a three-team region. Coming in as the fourth seed, of course, for the LCK.
Well, sometimes I don't want to feel too sad when they don't
It's
win
gonna
the
be fun
play-ins best of
storytelling
five.
going in the world. So tell about your 4 seeds and the respective power level.
No, actually, I love this the most because we've got the defending LCK and First Stand champions, the
Yeah.
defending MSI champions who won and EWC champions,
Yeah.
the back-to-back defending world champions,
Yeah.
and KT.
Rolls for the 2025 LCK champions, yeah. we might say that. I'm just saying. Like,
KT
it's,
rolls
if
that.
you look at the bracket, it's actually it's quite possible.
Oh my god.
That's
That means we got to
guys,
take it away from Hanwha.
Guys, that's it. We've peaked. That's it.
The defending
That's
first
it.
stand champions. That's the only one that Hanwha is.
And honestly, that gives them one, so it has to happen. Because otherwise they're not defending anything. They're just selling phones.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's totally it's still possible if you look at the bracket.
KT fans.
Oh, they're still alive on the sheet.
KT
Yeah.
fans are going to be upset with how much we're hyping up KT. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, we're doing the best to do both, I think, is what we're
Really
attempting
walking
here.
that line.
We're
Yeah.
at Dances with Wolves. That's what
Yep.
we're doing.
That's the plan.
If you take the two chopsticks from the chopsticks analogy and put them at like a cross, it makes KT the X factor of the rest of the playoffs.
You clearly, you
That
guys,
that is an analogy I can get
the
around.
two of you have clearly costed a 5-game series today. By the way,
There was a lot of yelling in the first one,
Yeah.
and then it went to 5 games.
Yeah, we
after
were
that.
we were very worried about how we were going to be after the game one, and then we were okay.
you got to
until
take a
game
break for
5.
3 games.
We
Yeah,
did.
That was nice.
We did. That was definitely nice. But I think we've covered enough here, and I'm worried that I might do another analogy which may lose respect of everyone on the planet, instead of just the ones that have watched up until this point. So I think it's probably time for us to call it. Degon,
Someone sanitized that
Yeah.
Microphone after this episode. I don't know why Degon keeps putting his eyeballs on it.
I'm like
but
trying to see whether there's anything.
That's not
written.
a telescope,
Eyeballs are
Degon. If you look
definitely
at the
less
side, the
bad than
label, it
just the
clearly says
saliva that
Sure
we-
Microphone
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
He just likes the mic.
just like the mic.
He just trusts the sanitization of Lolpuck, which is an absolute.
When I hold my
fine
cat in my lap, it also rubs its face on the microphone like that.
You should see my microphone. Actually, I got one of these, and it is just covered in cat hair.
Thanks, Ian.
Yep. But
Thanks,
it is
Ian.
time for us to call it. Thank you so much, and we will see you for the next episode of the Pog State, which may or may not be happening before the end of the year, because I actually have no idea. But we'll just keep it up. Hopefully, we get another one. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Woori Bank LCK playoffs. There are just 2 matches remaining, 3 teams, all for 1 legacy. We are live here from the Inspire Arena, and so excited to have you for the rematch of the biggest upset in the LCK. It's KT versus Gen G.
A matchup that delivered completely to the 5th game last time these two teams matched up. KT coming in as the higher seed and yet still underdogs. I'm really looking forward to today's game. Unfortunately, though, I feel like we're missing something.
Yeah,
Don't we normally do this with 3 people on the desk? There's
space there.
space there.
I don't know.
I thought we were doing a 3-man desk, but somebody didn't show up.
Whoa, what is that?
Who's that? Security? Hold on.
Is
Wait a
that
minute. Is that Wadid? Is that Woori?
Spirit Blossom Woori, who had to dress up because he had the worst predictions throughout the LCK season?
Don't charm me. I didn't take cleanse for the death.
How much does this skin cost? Welcome everyone to the broadcast. It's Woori.
Hey everyone, welcome to LCK Finals Week.
Thank you for joining us, Woori.
Oh my God! Again,
I know it's going to be a
LCK.
good day. I know it's going to be a good day.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear all of your charming comments as we get through today's matchup here in the pregame. Let's take a look at one of the craziest brackets we've seen in the LCK. That's right, Hanwha Life Esports already waiting in the grand finals, but it's KT versus Gen G. No T1 in the Inspire Arena Saturday or Sunday matchups. Going to be a very, very fun bracket here in our final two matches, Wolf.
We have the potential rematch of Hanwha Life versus Gen G that we had in the 2024 Summer Finals. We also could potentially have KT Rolster going to the finals for the first time in 7 years. We get a rematch right now of, as you mentioned, the biggest upset of the year.
And also today, I think we're gonna have rematch because KT last time they won against Gen G, and this time around it's a final shot, right?
Oh man, just looking at you talk there, Woori, is so great. And you know, it's a great time to remind all of you at home that this is your final opportunity to get the Twitch subscription emote for in-game. That's LCK, baby. You got to make sure that you use your paid subscription or a gifted subscription. Your Twitch Prime subscription does not count, so make sure to do that. Your last opportunity to get that LCK, baby. Wadid, can you give us one of those poses of the emote there for us?
That's LCK, baby!
That's LCK, baby! Oh man,
I don't know what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, one more time with the R. Yeah. It's so great. Everyone, hands for Wadid as we go ahead and lock on in. It's time to break down today's match in the lower bracket finals. It's KT versus Gen G. Now again, it's been talked about before. This is the rematch that everyone thought was going to be an email the first time it was done, and it was anything but. It was a coming out party for KT. They qualified for Worlds. They pushed Gen G down to the lower side of the bracket and created chaos.
And for Gen G, they have been in almost every single finals that have happened in recent memory. If you look at the record between these two in terms of finals, KT Rolster have not been able to make it to that final spot in such a long time. It would mean so much for the KT Rolster fans to actually hit that milestone today if they can win one single best of 5. They did it last time, they've got to do it again.
I mean, the thing is, it's so weird because Gen G already played so many like BO5s because they played international tournament between the LCK. But right now, it seems like they're beatable, and KT found a way how to beat it, and I'm wondering if they have one more chance against Gen G.
Well, throughout the history of these organizations, let's take a look at how they've done and how they've fared in finals appearances. You got to go back to 2018, the last time that KT made it to the finals of the LCK, where they won, and as an organization have made it 6 times. You look over at Gen G, like Wolf said, they've been there multiple times.
They missed 2021 summer. That was the Damwon T1 finals. But besides that, since 2021, since I've joined the LCK as a commentator, they have been in every single finals. KT haven't been there since 2018 summer. KT Rolster, an iconic org for the early days of the LCK, but have not been able to reach those heights in 7 years. A 2-time champion themselves compared to Gen G, a 5-time champion. This would be such a historic moment for KT if they can clinch it out tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, when you think about uniquely for the players, KT's side, you got 2 guys leading the way, Cuz and BDD. They've been champs before together over the spring 2021. But Duckdom, Peter, and Perfect all have not made a finals throughout their career. And you contrast that on the opposite side for Gen G, whereas Gen G is littered with experience, multiple different attempts here, champions across multiple different teams. And then Duro's there as well.
Yeah, as a player perspective, I think many players already mentioned that on-stage game is different, but also big stage games are different as well. So you are maybe your first time playing on the big stage in front of so many people today in here. Inspire Arena. So I think it's a lot of pressure for KT players.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into the points of the match. And as it's been talked about a lot, this is the big rematch from the upper bracket round 2 game. KT trying to make it back to the finals after 7 years, and it would be 7 straight finals for Gen G with the victory. You look at the head-to-head, it has been very Gen G one-sided. However, it's a 1-game win streak in the column for KT.
And beyond this, we've had Gen G versus T1 for a majority of those finals. Hanwha Life Esports bucked the trend last season when they were able to defeat Gen G, but it was a Gen G Hanwha finals. If KT win, we'll have neither T1 nor Gen G in this finals. Kind of insane. Now, looking back at the series where we did see Gen G lose to KT Rolster, a lot of it was Cuz outplaying Canyon. Canyon playing very greedy, a very off series for him and Chovy both, and they were completely destroyed by the mid-jungle synergy here between Cuz and BDD.
Yeah, and also I want to talk about the draft as well, because I think the meta shifts a lot, and I think mid lane has to get some priorities, and I think they understand, KT know how to play with it. Their mid-jungle plays together a lot better than Gen G series, and I think here today, again, it's really important to have those synergy between those players. And yeah, I mean, it seems like Canyon is missing a lot of opportunities compared to Cuz right now, because Cuz seems to be online right now.
Cuz is really online, and one of the questions we had going to the T1 Gen G series that happened after this was whether or not Gen G would be back on form, and that question was not fully answered, right? We're not 100% on board with the performance we saw from Canyon there, so talk a little bit about that later, but I do think that when you look at this series as a whole here for Gen G, they were able to scrape by with smart drafting that we didn't see in the KT series. So we know there's more in the tank, there's more experimentation that Coach Kim hasn't quite shown us yet, but when Gen G hit a draft they like, when they have those comfort picks, they look unbeatable right now. They were able to knock T1 out of this bracket, and yet the way they did it makes KT fans still feel like there's a little bit of hope that Gen G's not firing on full cylinders right now.
Yeah, that's going to be the question between both these squads, because we've known that KT is the coin flip team. Are you flipping heads? You got a great opportunity to go all the way. Whereas Gen G, last time that they played against KT, they found a new floor with this roster. We've never seen them be defeated in that way. It was comprehensive. You had questions about multiple different players, and so now it's about form. You had the opportunity against T1 to tune up. It was a high stakes match. It was to avoid being the 4th seed over at Worlds. It was to avoid missing out on the in-person event here at Inspire Arena, but they did come out on top, and I wonder what that counts for. Now our second point of the match goes to the lane swaps. Both teams been lane swapping a lot. It's been done around the world. Who will come out on top here with it?
So yeah, it's lane swap 2.0, right? So Raya tried to block the lane swap, but we found a way. So we just put our AD carries on the top lane alone. So the reason why you're doing this is because of you just want to get rid of the bad matchup. So on the highlight, you can see Kalista being on the top lane because you don't want to play against Varus and Renata. And I think that enables weaker side of the AD carry, so you can have actually like advantage of it. So I think it's really important. But also on top of that, we call it, I don't know, in LEC, the Matic mentioned that it's a Viper swap because Viper did it first, but I think it's actually mainly about the support, because I think as AD carry, you just sit on the top lane, just farm against top lane, so there's nothing much about it. But I think support, they need to cover both sides because they have to play with the top laner, and you have to go into the mid lane at the minute 230 because then the lane swap penalty doesn't work. And after that, at minute 3, you have to be on the top lane. By the way, you will be level 1 at minute 3, so you have to be good on the game. So I think it's mainly about the support, so I'm gonna call it the light swap. So I think support needs to be really awake on this meta, and I think both supports are really experienced, but I'm wondering if they can adapt to this meta.
Yeah, that is the question, because you want to empower the AD carries for success. So you get them out of a tougher matchup or get them accelerated in that top lane with a lane swap. Duckdom proving that he is an elite player across this playoff, taking Gen G out. Ruler I feel like for a while we were calling Duckdom basically budget ruler because he has a similar playstyle, loves his quirky, right? But you look at these stats, they're not that different from rulers. And remember, KT got 3-0'd in their last series, and yet still his damage percentage is the highest. He's done so much with even BDD as his mid laner. He is doing so much work for this team right now. If you can set this man up for success, I think Duckdom delivers.
Yeah, he had the series of his life the last time these teams played. Duckdom is surprising and turning heads, but it's not just Duckdom on the bottom side of the map that has been doing well. The supports have the narratives going on into it. For Peter, hit or miss with some of these champions, whether or not he's getting them with it's not always leading to success.
Yeah, the reason why I rate Duro higher than the Peter is because of his consistency. So even though he brings a lot of ideas, like fresh ideas in the BO5, he picks Pike, he picks Blitzcrank, it feels like it's consistent. It never feels like he's gambling for something, you know? But for Peter, like I feel like even though he's having his comfort picks, like something like Nico or Nautilus, he's not really like brave enough. So I just wonder if he can actually bring something against Duro today.
Yeah, and remember, last time that they played, they did defeat the Duro Blitzcrank, so another little wrinkle for this. Now let's move on over to the top side of the map, the last piece of this lane swap that we got to focus on.
The heavy weight in draft onto Perfect can be felt. Now, KT have played around weak side top lane incredibly well. That's why they play through Duckdom. Duckdom gets accelerated, does so much damage, right? But it means that you're seeing in game 1 the Mbessa coming out, right? They're not letting him get Rumble in game 1 anymore. He's played Sion twice through these playoffs. You can see the Casantes coming through, right? If it goes to 5, he has to pull out that Desperation Yorick. His Renekton, another pick he's fallen over to. Whereas Keen is like, I'm down to play Aurora. I'll play the Camille top. I'll play Gwen early in this series. I'll play Poppy top. Keen is super flexible here in draft, so you can either blind pick something for Keen that's safe, or you can save that R5 and have a strong counter pick. Perfect, on the other hand, sometimes causes you to even lose power picks because he needs to be put on that safe top side tank so he can weak side. This is one of the biggest weaknesses of KT Rolster coming into Fearless Best of 5, especially now they played 3 series. There's so much data on this guy that I think they're going to have to change things up.
Yeah, I know if you're thinking about that's the weakness, well, the strength might be in the jungle because Canyon hasn't looked great, whereas Cuz has been a driving force for this KT squad. And when you go back to that game where they played against each other here, it started with the invade that then forced Canyon to try and make a play mid. Cuz was ready, BDD was ready, and then they closed the door for any opportunity for comeback here for Gen G.
So I want to mainly focus about his jungle pathing because I think here you could see him invading the enemy jungle and also just put Canyon on the really bad spot, and his covering mid lane, I think that boomed the game here. So I feel like so many times Cuz when he's awake, he's always creative. So his jungle pathing already made advantage for the team, and also in the objective fights, he always hunts down the objective, and I think that secures KT to have the fancy snowball today.
Yeah, I do agree, and I think Cuz really had Canyon's number in that Gen G series, just overall was the better jungler, right? And you're hoping that's going to remain true if you're a KT fan, because you know Cuz is going to be consistent. You're just also hoping that Canyon will look a little bit rough around the edges. This confident play here as well, even with the Lee Sin, no secure to deny him from entering the pit, just knows he can hit the smite, is able to outsmite him here. And Canyon on the other side of things has had some rougher games, right? Look at this Kiana game. I hope we don't see any Kiana in this best of 5, but just not able to make an impact on this pick. Tries to blow up Faker here, is unsuccessful, has to immediately retreat, flashing away. We haven't seen Canyon make that much of an impact in playoffs in general. Sure, he woke up on the Skarner game later on in the T1 series, but just has not looked like himself. And people remember the later part of that series against T1, but they forget the earlier parts where it just wasn't great, right? The Kiana wasn't working, the Pantheon fell behind, didn't make an impact in team fights. Here you can see him getting caught trying to clear vision, without knowing where the enemy was. And then later on Otacon, he actually drops the Otacon aggro, tries to win the team fight here. You'll see it, he splits off of the Otacon, looks to try to win the top side of the fight, which gives a free smite over to Owner here. So just some small mistakes we're seeing from Canyon in terms of decision making, some greed we're seeing in the early pathing is getting punished right now. And when Chovy is not necessarily the insane dominant laning mid that he was in the past, when you have players like BD who are going toe to toe with him, he has to change his playstyle a little bit here, and I think it's been a little bit of an adjustment.
Yeah, I think the saving grace is the fact that they did defeat T1. What a great test and confidence booster it was, not only for Canyon, but all of Gen G there. So I think that's going to be a big part here for KT. And then finally, speaking of big, it is the Battle of Incheon, the Incheon Derby, the Southern Incheon Sun. It's BDD against the Western Incheon Sun. Chovy, both of them from the city of Incheon. They've been cooking as the chefs in the mid lane with their picks.
So yeah, I just want to mainly mention about like how the draft works with the mid laners, because normally you just want to pick stronger mid laners on the 1 to 3. But I think if the game goes like game 3 or game 4, there's not many mid picks that you can actually pick for priorities, you know. Like I can only remember like Orianna at this point, because Azir is gonna get permaban, so you gotta bring something really fresh. And I think sometimes like Zoe is really like, it feels like gambling, you know. If you don't have the priority, it doesn't mean anything, but when BDD plays it, it looks dominant.
The Wukong made it late in this draft, right, in game 5, and they didn't have something to pair with it, and BDD is able to pull out the Lissandra, which ends up being a great combo with the Wukong. I agree with you, Wajid. I think in best of 3s we saw most of the season, the mid-champion pool was big enough. Even with Fearless bans, even with a lot of targeted bans, you can play a comfort pick, you can play a standard champion, but when we moved into playoffs, having those pocket picks, having those niche picks that both BDD has shown here, but also, you know, Chovy pulling out the Cassiopeia first ever career here in this game, as well as pulling the Vex out later, really ended up being the cherry on the top of what got Gen.G back into this series, right? This is the big momentum shift where we saw the Cassiopeia and the Kalista come online early, which massively took the shift back into Gen.G's favor here, momentum-wise, before we went to Game 5, where they picked up the Vex. He took over the game, he swapped off of the Mel, and was just running this dive composition and never let go of control.
I just want to mention that, like, maybe most of the people might think that the coaching staff has the priority in the draft, but I think the final decision has to like come from players, right? And I think Chovy already mentioned that in the interview that he's gonna pick Mel here, but he actually took over the coaching staff that he's gonna pick Vex,
he said he didn't even practice it. He was undefeated on the pick, he hadn't played it in years on stage, and he just was like, I got this, and he did. Look at the numbers here. When you look at 2 of the most iconic mid laners we've seen across the year, the big one that stands out here is Chovy's CS difference at 15. It's not a shocker that he has big numbers, but at playoffs, against the toughest teams in the LCK, especially with the loss that they took early on, he is basically a kill ahead in gold in CS alone at 15 minutes. BDD is just breaking even.
Yeah, I know that everyone keeps saying Chovying is getting the CS, but pushing that lead and then making proactive plays across the map is what we've seen throughout, except in that game 5, when he was on Twisted Fate, they started losing. He's like, all right, guys, I'm split pushing. He started doing his own thing. We haven't seen that Chovy for a while, but when pushed there in that specific series, we saw him fall back to that. Going to be a very, very fun matchup here. So now it's time for predictions for those of us here on the desk on what we think is going to happen in our lower bracket finals. And yes, it is 3 of us going for Gen.G, a 3-0 for Wadid, a 3-1 for Wolf, and a 3-2 for myself, a little bit more of a hoper. And it's not just us with our predictions here. We also have the predictions of the Hanwha Life esports players who they expect to win. And Zeus and Delight both going with KT is kind of a surprise here, Wadid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they see the potential, you know. They saw they could actually do it against Gen.G, so that's why they picked it, I guess.
The most interesting part of this to me is that the weakest link for KT Rolster has been the top lane in our minds, right? But Zeus has mad respect, I think, for Perfect. He's the top laner who actually votes KT Rolster here, and maybe he knows that with the cards he's been given, he's been having a tough time, but he does have those phenomenal performances from time to time. So that's the one that stands out to me as like, Zeus says, actually, you know, I'm the top laner, but I still say KT.
I mean, always players knows better, and maybe they know something from the background, you know.
All right, well, time to get into our final thoughts before we head on in, and we'll start with our one-liners for this series. Wadid, you're first.
Oh yeah, my one-liner. I think you have to remember that all the superheroes has good partner. So I think we always mention about the BDD, but I think if KT want to win against Gen.G, and if they want to win a cup in LCK, I think rest of the people in the KT, top, jungle, and AD and bot lane, that they need to play better, and they need to support BDD. So they have to play as a team.
All right, guys.
This one's me. I'm next. So
I'll let you, I need some time.
yeah, I know, right? All right, so for me, it's got to be about Gen.G. This was a team that we were talking about being not only the greatest team in the world this year, but one of the greatest teams ever. It was 17-1, and they have to remind everyone what perfection looks like. It's not the guy in the top lane over at KT. It's the first team all-pro team. It's all 5 of those players. It's the reigning MSI champion. It is the EWC champion. It is the greatest mid laner currently in the world in Chovy, and you got to get back to that form if you're Canyon. Remind everyone what perfection and what perfect looks like. All right, and now it's time for the big one. Go ahead, Wolf.
I'll leave you guys with a question. Do KT fans dare to dream again? In 2023 summer, KT Rolster was the first place team in regular season. Massive favorites coming into playoffs. They had all pro, all locked up, all KT Rolster players, and yet still fell short in the lower bracket finals against T1. In a longer series, this time expectations much lower. This time coming in, despite being the higher seed, massive underdogs. Maybe when the roller coaster is at its lowest point, they'll rise again. If you're a KT fan, we've passed summer a little bit, but I think you got to clasp your hands together and pray that that mid jungle is going to get it done and bring KT to the finals for the first time in 7 years. Give BDD another trophy.
I love it. I got goosebumps right now. Well, we got to have the opportunity to talk to the coaches to see if they dare to dream to make it to the finals.
안녕하세요. KT 로스터 팀의 감독을 맡고 있는 스코 고동빈입니다. 저번에 저희가 한번 이겼기 때문에 또 오늘 다시 만났을 때 이길 수 있다는 좀 자신감이 있는 것 같습니다. 일단 젠지 팀 자체가 전부 다 뭐 라이너들 특히 너무 잘한다고 생각해서 뭐 그런 부분 좀 견제하는 뱀픽이 좀 중요할 것 같고, 또 중간중간에 라이너들이 말리면 좀 그 프리징하는 그런 운영을 많이 한다고 생각해서 그런 부분도 좀 생각하고 왔습니다. 오늘은 미드 정글이 제일 중요할 것 같습니다. 일단 상대 미드 정글도 굉장히 잘하는 듀오라고 생각하고 저희 팀 미드 정글도 엄청 잘한다 생각해서 누가 더 활약하나에 따라 오늘 승패가 많이 갈릴 것 같습니다. 3대 0으로 하겠습니다. 제가 선수들한테 3대 0으로 하신다고 했는데 3대 0으로 하겠습니다. 일단 오늘 이기면 또 결승전을 갈 수 있게 됐는데 이런 좋은 기회 꼭 살려가지고 결승 진출 꼭 하겠습니다. KT 로스터 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 젠지 감독 김정수입니다. 저희가 플레이오프에서 KT한테 좀 뼈아픈 패배를 해서 많이 준비를 했고 피드백 확실하게 해와서 오늘은 꼭 이기고 싶습니다. 저희가 일단 뱀픽적으로도 좀 수정을 많이 했고요. 그리고 오브젝트 싸움에서 계속 사고가 났던 거에 대해서 저희가 경기 다 같이 돌려보면서 피드백하면서 수정이었습니다. 정글 미드가 굉장히 중요할 것 같아요. 그러니까 항상 BD 선수가 너무 잘하고 있고 커드 선수가 저번 경기 때 저희 정글 동선을 초반부터 저희를 지배하게 괴롭혔기 때문에 그 미드 정글 싸움이 굉장히 중요할 것 같습니다. 워낙 지금 미드 정글 싸움이 너무 치열할 것 같아요. 저번에 2대3으로 아쉽게 패배했는데 오늘 깔끔하게 마음은 3대 0인데 한 3대 1 정도로 이길 것 같습니다. 젠지란 팀이 계속해서 대기록을 써 내려가고 있는데 선수들과 같이 7연속 결승 진출이라는 기록을 세우고 꼭 우승까지 함께 하고 싶습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
Genji and KT, this is the first time in a coach's interview we had someone not guess a 3-1. It's time for these teams to do battle. Will it be the pursuit of perfection for Genji, or do we dare to dream for KT? Let's find out as we head on into the lower bracket finals.
Makes me stronger.
됩니다. 젠지를 스마일다. KT가 달려갑니다. 글로벌 파워랭킹 1위를 레전드 그룹 1위를 다전제에서 잡는다고요. 이제 진짜 거의 다 온 것 같아요. 그 별을 따는 곳에. 와, KT 로스터 어디까지 올라갈 거냐? 올라갑니다. 호랑이가 헐떡거려요. 젠지가 지기나 할까? 뭐 이런 얘기들이 나왔었는데. 호랑이 다운이에요. 넘어오는데. 우리하나 반격을 어떻게 좀 하고 싶겠는데 저승사자. 젠지 인스파이어 아르나 갑니다. 결승 진출전 확정. 상처 입은 호랑이가 왜 더 무서운지를 보여준 것 같네요. 기다려라 KT.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Uribank 2025 LCK Lower Bracket Finals. I'm Atlas, flanked by Chronicler and Orcs. The Chronicler's very last actual cast here in Korea. And so we're going to be really nice to him, we promise. The entire time, we're never going to be mean. We would never say anything.
Yeah!
Nothing at
By
all.
the way,
we didn't say
what?
anything in the rehearsal either.
But
We were
tomorrow
only
isn't
lovely.
real? It's just with you two.
No, you're not casting tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, never mind. Then actually it's not. I'm just telling a lie. Let's instead...
Are we starting already?
Well, it may not be with either Genji or KT. So that is very, very important here. Let's have a look at the predictions. As we did have... Oh my...
No! He ruined it!
This was a whole thing. This was a whole thing, right? There was a whole problem because we had this in rehearsals, and it was 1 out of 13.
We fixed it,
and it was Jason. Jason was the only one who said KT, and there was some strong words we shouted at Jason, and we made her change it because we knew this would be a problem. We knew if there was 1 out of 13, it would really hurt KT's chances.
I'm so sorry, Atlas.
I'm so disappointed. Because Pony is a good friend of mine as well, and I just
Well, he
I just
was a
can't
good friend of
believe-
yours.
Well, yeah, I know. Oh my goodness. Well, that adds a little bit of a dampener because, as we know, KT cannot actually stand any chance of winning unless everyone has voted against them. And so not really the case. As Humble Life Esports, they are here getting prepared for who they're going to be facing off against tomorrow. We'll see whether they can remain undefeated here in the LCK playoffs or whether they will finally drop a game. It's actually kind of ridiculous, their run through the last couple of matches, but they have to go through one of these teams, whichever one is able to do it. And we are going to be introducing the top laners first. I think this is where a lot of us feel like some of the gap may lie, you know, to use a London Metro system term.
Yeah, I feel like Perfect has struggled against a lot of the top laners in the top teams in the LCK. We've seen that in Legend Group, but I think in playoffs, he has really stepped up, been holding his own more, been surviving more, been doing better. It's a tough task today against Keen, but we saw that when these teams matched up against each other last. He had to hold his own against Keen, had to survive, and it's going to have to show that once again today.
It's a combination of Perfect having stepping up in performance and KT also playing around it better because Cuz is so much more proactive in form. They're actually getting stuff even if Perfect is getting pressured. The problem is obviously that he's going up against the most consistent top laner that we've had in the LCK. probably ever. Keen is just a force of nature. This guy is impossible to shut down, and he can really do it all.
Yeah. The most dangerous 1-4 Gwen I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah, I think just so versatile as well, whether it's carries or tanks. I feel like Keen's ability to sort of... You have some players who play tanks, but they're definitely preferred on carries. I feel like Keen is just so good at playing that very much that tank role or that carry role, and feels he can flip a switch and do either within a series so comfortably. But yeah, a tough task for Perfect, but one he managed to match up to last time these teams went head-to-head.
Yeah, Perfect has just somehow found it in him on some occasions. We'll see whether today is going to be another one. But this guy, I don't think we have too many doubts about Cuz and the form that he's in right now.
The biggest individual gap that I think we saw this playoffs was between Cuz and Canyon in that match between the two teams, right? It was an absolute showcase of domination. And when BDD has been the main talking point, and I think Cuz actually had a pretty lackluster start of the year, he has been ramping up and peaking at exactly the right time. And I think he's the main reason why KT is right here as the upper seed.
Yeah, and going up against him, Canyon, a player, one of the 2 world champions on Gen G, a player with a huge legacy. So many people have so much respect for him, but I don't think he's really lived up to that during playoffs. And he's been put in the time. We've seen solo queue record, he's been absolutely on a tear. He knows he hasn't quite lived up to the performance we typically expect in him, the performance that got him that first All-Pro in jungle. He knows that it was his underperformance that really let KT get that previous win, but he is definitely a player who is capable of super high highs and needs to show that to sort of put Cuz in his place today.
Yeah, we'll see whether the polar bear has indeed woken up from his hibernation or whether he is going back to sleep. Hibernation generally is one of those things where you wake up and then you don't go back to sleep for a really long time. You know, for that but do still sleep, but you know what I'm saying.
Even in the T1 series, though, he was still groggy. You know, the first 2 games we didn't.
He's had a week though, and we'll see whether that's going to be enough. BDD doesn't need a week though. This guy has just been on for years, even if his team isn't necessarily there.
One of the few man that is actually punching above his weights in the All-Pro. Second team, and it couldn't be more deserved.
Yeah, and he's just been the star for KT. You know, there's been ups and downs for the team, but I feel like consistently he's been putting in these massive performances, and you think of him bringing out some of the classics like the Zoe, the performance he had on that game. He has done so much to bring this team up to these highs. His teammates have really helped him get there, but BDD has just been the constant talking point when you've looked at this KT team all season long.
Absolutely, and when it comes to the talking point of League of Legends and who is the best in the world, there is none other than Chovy. I think everyone has been saying this for a very, very long time. He also looked a little bit sleepy over their last couple of matches, but ending on that Vex game, I think we all were reminded just how good this guy is.
I mean, MVP, first All-Pro, first in POMs. He does put on those masterclass performances, and as much as we haven't seen that consistent level for him during playoffs, that Vex game just reminded you of what he can do.
I think he's cursed by his own standards. 2024, he was just so far ahead of the curve, and we saw his stats in the pre-show. This is one of his worst playoffs, and his stats were still absolutely ludicrous. Can't wait to see what this matchup will bring today, and what these players are going to play as well.
And in the bottom side of the map, this is one of those things that just feels a little bit lopsided, right? Like someone really just lucked out in fantasy. They managed to get both Chovy and Ruler on the same team, but Docdom has been standing up over the last few weeks. This guy has looked transformed.
I mean, the thing is, at the start of the year, Docdom, there was a point where he was subbed out, and you gotta remember—
We were complaining as to why Hype was traded over to Bro. Like,
yeah.
That was happening.
That was the actual conversation, and now he is like the less talked about, the quiet carry for this team, but consistently, there's so many games where, yes, you get these big flashy performances from BDD, but Docdom is just putting in solid damage numbers, being consistent team fights, and really performing.
And then Ruler, a player that has come back to Gen G, and I think in a lot of their highest stakes, highest pressure moments, he has shown his class. He has shown why he's considered as one of, if not the greatest AD carry of all time. Like, I think any of our AD carries that are currently Viper and Guma are no different. Even Docdom, as we highlighted, have all had their ups and downs. But if you look at the average level throughout the year, and when it really mattered, I feel like Ruler has just always come through.
Yep. I think it's so scary because we've seen so many games where it gets later in Fearless, there's less engaged tools. Picks like Zeri gaining value. You get Ruler Zeri, and it's just cooked. There's just so little you can do.
Look at the smile, though.
Yeah.
Dum giggle.
Dom is looking like he is vibing today. And speaking of which, speaking of perfect segues into the classic Aura Farmer himself, once again on a big stage.
Look at it!
It's the big grin of Peter, the greatest. Well, he's probably not the greatest player of all time, but he certainly holds a huge place in our hearts. This guy is just the best.
The beating heart of KT, the
Absolutely.
vibes, the immaculate vibes.
I'd say the beating heart of the LCK.
Absolutely, the energy. Whenever there's a great performance for KT, you see the reaction from the team. He always brings so much energy, so much hype, and it's just phenomenal.
Yeah, BDD is the soul, and Peter is the heart of that team. And this man, with top-tier players, he has been able to stand out anyway. He has people complaining that he's not getting enough credit.
Yep.
He's getting with top-tier players. He has been able to stand out anyway. He has people complaining that he's not getting enough credit.
Yep.
He's getting counter picks. He is getting put in positions to carry his team, and he follows through.
Situations like the Game 5 Pike against Carrier, the most recent, the Blitzcrank to get Gen.G back into the series. He is carrying from the support role, and Gen.G are trusting him to do that despite being a player with so much less experience than his teammates. They trust in that experience he has.
And that Blitzcrank game really was a huge turnaround and just demonstrates the mental fortitude of this guy. It was his confidence that really stood out when he debuted in the LCK, and that is continuing to be a driving force for this guy. As KT, I think, to me, I don't know whether I can see it or whether it's just placebo effect, but I can see how surprised they are that they're here as well. Because this is not the expected outcome, right? It's supposed to be T1, Gen.G, and Humble Life Esports as our top three, and KT have just snuck on in there.
Yeah, I mean, even just Gen.G being in the lower bracket isn't a typical thing.
Yeah, KT are the highest seed in this match. It makes no sense. Oh my goodness, and now Fan Chance led by BDD.
KT 롤스터 하나, 둘, 셋.
Better than last time.
오늘 꼭 3대 0으로 이기겠습니다.
And Ruler.
하나, 둘, 셋.
All right, team leaders calling the shots for the Fan Chance here. And we are almost ready to get the players seated and ready to get into this game number one of this best of five here to see who will be facing off against the LCK defending champions of Humble Life Esports, the undefeated team here in the playoffs. Speaking of awakened, hibernating bears, they have definitely been one of them. We'll see whether it's the Nut God taking another trophy. But first, it has to be either KT's first time in 7 years or Gen.G's 7th in a row. I don't know what it is with sevens, but we could get a jackpot here.
It's kind of ludicrous. I love that we got the shot of Humble Life just being like, okay, we'll watch.
Yep.
We're going to sit here, we're going to enjoy ourselves, and we're just going to relax and watch some games. Because I think Humble Life's prep for many of us has been the big standout. Obviously, the form has gotten better in terms of the individual players, but it's really been their targeted level 1 strategies, swaps, drafts that have really turned them into, I think, an incredibly scary finalist. And unless one of these two teams has like a blowout 3-0 performance here today, I think Hanwha are going to be looking very closely here today.
And I think it's such a different sort of story for the LCK, because so often when we go to Worlds, we see teams who have struggled. T1 in the last 2 years, it's been they haven't got into Worlds. It's like the favorite, and then they've had to adapt, overcome, get to the end where they are the strongest team. But the LCK has typically been Gen.G. They've looked the strongest, go to the playoffs, they finished as the strongest. There was the exception with Humble Life Esports, but everyone has had their trials and had to make adjustments and had to problem solve. And so as a result, it's really been teams going and thinking, okay, what do we need to do to be better? I think Fearless has added a big element to that where teams really have had to look at their drafts and go, okay, this isn't working. What do we need to prioritize? What is going to be better for us? And and really just solve things on the fly and take the time away.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people were talking about the players taking a lot of burden when it came to Fearless, but I feel like ultimately it's been coaches needing to work around what's available, what's counterable, and what they can exploit moving into the last few games of these Fearless drafts. NG managed to get over that hurdle last time around, but they were victim to it against this very team, and we'll see whether Scores KT can once again make it to a final, much like the final time we saw Score play in the LCK in 2018, one of the greatest LCK finals we ever had. It could be repeating itself once again as we get into the draft. Already the Pantheon taken away as well as the Azir, and we'll see whether there are any surprises for us.
Well, there's even the fact that Score was the one that led Gen G to a big surprise upset
Very
in
true.
2023 spring when Delight and Paze had come in. The expectations for Gen G were a lot lower than the year before. So much intertwined there, and we haven't even talked about the fact that BDD obviously was on Gen G. So thus far, I think the only maybe slightly surprising thing to me is the fact that the Pantheon has been taken away, given both the fact that Pantheon has dropped in prior to this playoffs, plus Kenyon's lost performance on it, as the Rise also taken away. So that
any Jarvan first pickers?
So there's Jarvan and Talia that I'm looking
Nara
towards.
also available.
Oh my goodness.
Being left open.
There it is.
First picked. So obviously Doctor, big pick for him, but also denying away from Rulers. That'll be locked out for the series. And something we did talk heavily about was this pickup off the Orianna, especially with the Azir gone being a really high priority, really valuable pick. Orianna, Jarvan, a really strong combo. Jarvan, not the best jungler specifically into Yunara because you can dash outside the Cataclysm, but when you have the Jarvan Orianna combo, it's really hard to find picks that are stable and safe into that just because of that combo together. And it looks like Cuz going for the Poppy, obviously something that does match up decently well into the Jarvan in terms of that being able to block the dash.
And we were really blitzing through these first drafts, so I think speaks testament to the preparation of both teams. No really big surprises coming through here as BDD going back to his Annie. There's, of course, some flex potential with this Poppy. I do think most likely that it's just going to go towards Cuz. Could, depending on whether Gen G locks in their bot lane or support matchup here, also go towards that. But I think it's going to be a top laner for Keen. The Aurora is still open. The Gwen is still open. The Ambessa is still open. Even Rumble with the Jarvan, we've seen a good amount, but it is instead going to be the Corki for a ruler, and he's been nigh unstoppable on this pick.
He's been very strong, but I was kind of expecting that Smolder tech to come back in once again. Instead, priority picking a lot more early game threat and wanting to play around team fights, I assume, in the mid game rather than let this Yunara get towards a late game where she can really get out of control.
I think also when you're playing into an Annie, just having that safety measure of the Corki, being able to play from a distance, because obviously the Smolder you do have to get into Q range, as the Corki, you can't kind of sit at a distance and play around the rockets if you're not able to approach.
I'm expecting Gen G to maybe sack Keen's matchup by picking up the Scion here on 4 and then giving counter pick to Duro, because I think if you do go to the Corki, you do have to really play as aggressively as possible for lane. And the Nico has already been taken away, right? That's kind of one of the go-tos when you do see aggressive Corki lanes. So wouldn't be surprised to see that come through. With this Lulu ban though, maybe they just pick for Duro here on 4 and give Keen the counter pick so that he can have a good top-side matchup.
I assume that KT banned Rumble just with the Ornn ban. I assume they were kind of like trying to set a trap, kind of bait out the Rumble ban. It doesn't actually come through. I mean, Rumble Jarvan is pretty strong, so we could just end up seeing that come through from Gen G. With the fact that the Ornn's gone, which you've seen picked so commonly into the Rumble. Also know that Aurora is actually available as well, which is a pick that, I mean, Keen has just been so good on that in the top lane.
Maybe just pick away
there it
Aurora instead, but they are just going to at least hover the Rumble for now. I wonder whether that's the decision-making process for KT. They're like, well, we could pick the Aurora if this Rumble is going to come in, so therefore we can actually ban away this Alistar, take away the team fighting potential from Duro, the engage potential there as well. But this is still devastating. I mean, they have 2 equalizers in this composition.
The only thing I am worried about, and I think that Gen G is also taking this into account, is that while Aurora is a really good matchup in the Rumble, Aurora is a tough champion to play, right? To really get full value, when you're good at it, I think it feels nigh unstoppable. But if you aren't able to both push the laning phase really hard against the Gnar and or against the Rumble, I do think you kind of struggle. Mbessa to me makes a lot more sense. I think Perfect has shown that he is good on the champion. And the matchup isn't great, but Mbessa is able to just kind of out-sustain once you get deeper in.
Yeah, just make me wonder what Genji going to take here in the support role. Just going to go for the Rel. And I feel like Dura's had some great performances on this. Obviously, just playing around the map, having a lot of impact, setting up ganks for the team. There's so much engage and team fighting potential for Genji. I feel like they're just so comfortable because I think KT, you know, if Perfect has a fantastic game on the Mbessa, that's great, but so much of that comp is reliant on Doctam on this Yunara popping off. And I look at the other side, and Genji has so many tools to stop that from ever being a problem when it comes to Yunara, because there's a lot of CC. Often we see the Yunara have a lot of value when things like the Wukong are taken out of the equation, but Orianna, Rumble, Rel, Jarvan, it's a hard game to play as a Yunara, and you don't have the extra support of like a Lulu or something backing you up.
I'm also a little worried about the lane matchups here with the Corki for Ruler, with Chovy on the Orianna. I know we've seen the Annie picked into it. When there's jungle intervention, I think you can get a lot of mileage out of the matchup. But in the pure 1v1 in lane, I don't think it's that great. And then obviously Mbessa is expected to lose early as well. And having a lot of looting lanes against Genji is always going to be a really tough line to walk because they're so good at pushing their lead.
Yeah, I just think that Genji's composition a whole lot easier to play. KT, though, there are tools. It will just take finesse to make it work, right? If you create a skewed team fight with that Poppy ultimate that we have to always talk about because of how incredibly game warping it can be, that can buy that space to get the Yunara rolling, make things happen here so that Doctam can be that absolute raid boss towards the end of this game. A lot of big picks coming into this game number one. It's often what we see, and we'll see who's going to be able to draw first blood in this series. And of course, in the game as well, as we get ready to jump onto the Rift for game number one of our lower bracket final.
KT 하나 둘 셋. 젠지 하나 둘 셋.
Oh my goodness, Genji fans out in force here in the Inspire Arena. As here we are, onto the Rift for game number one. KT, our higher seed. And so they chose the blue side here for game number one. I'm going to keep saying it.
We have to.
Because it still blows my mind, and I imagine a lot of people would be like, well, this is all of the LCK first team players. Surely they're the highest seed in this matchup. No.
A lot of people will come in and be like, oh, Genji chose red side game one.
Yeah, weird.
Interesting.
Normally they choose red later in the series.
Yeah.
No, it's just KT having side selection. And based on these drafts, I mean, if you're a KT fan, I imagine you're incredibly anxious regardless, but I don't think I'd be more anxious or less anxious based on the draft. You know, I'm feeling like there are options. I'm not if they can make things happen.
The KT fan expert, but I think you could just end that sentence that you're never more or less anxious.
Yeah, that's a good
KT
point.
fan, right? What I do want to highlight is that one of the big things for me is that Cuz is on a champion that can have a lot of early impact. The biggest gap between these two players has been specifically how much they get done early, how much they can impact their lanes, and that to me is the one kind of X factor that I think can shore up a lot of the possible weaknesses for the KT draft in lane, is that you do have a Poppy that if you trade too aggressive here as Dura and Ruler, for example, Cuz is pathing towards bot.
Well, Duro does go for a crash down here as Ruler's also taking a fair bit of damage. Barrier used, and the heal is going to come out in exchange. Meanwhile, Chovy and BDD doing battle against one another as Chovy taking a fair bit of damage here. BDD pushing pretty far up though, so like you say, minions being angry.
Yeah, ends up being a pretty even trade after the fact. Chovy getting the level 2 and turning it around using the minions well. But both mid laners battling it out pretty heavily.
Want to highlight it as well, by the way, that Chovy went second win and unflinching. So he went resolve second just to try and manage the any matchup just a little bit better. As we did see the trade, as mentioned, in bot lane of Sums. Does mean Chovy, I think normally you don't have to base here, but against the Poppy Annie, you don't really have a choice. I say that. He decides he does.
Red dot.
Cuz isn't here, but if he would have been, could have been risky as Canyon this time. But maybe looking for early impact because the bot lane prior was there. Not going to be the cases. I love Jarvan, man. Sometimes the champion just comes back in the meta, and he's just good.
And it also just does exactly what Jarvan has done for the last 12 years.
Isn't that
and that is gank you level 3. As a hook and a connect here towards the bottom side of the map. Slurkle goes wide. Oh, feels great to have a Yunara game to start us off here in the Inspire Arena.
Yes, yes, it does.
I just feel like it just sounds, Slurkle sounds better in a roadshow. You know, don't you think so? What do you think, Dan?
I think it sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
I think I hope to hear you say it many more times this game.
Well, don't you worry. It's a guarantee. It's all right. Cuz going to be taking some shellfish here in the river towards the bottom side. And Perfect holding his own decently well towards the top side of the map as well. Canyon moving his way up there. We'll be able to grab a crab. We'll see whether he does decide to opt into any sort of early gank. Has hit level 4 before doing too much of that. So not really the Jarvan we expect. But Canyon's always been someone that's very happy to go back to Jarvan. You know, across his career has always been one of the ones to pull it out when it's been off meta, but he's only played it once this playoffs. It's actually kind of interesting because we've seen the priority on this champion skyrocket, but not necessarily for Gen G until here today.
Yeah, we've seen Canyon go towards, you know, some other picks, things like the Kiana, which we haven't necessarily agreed with and have struggled a good amount. Oh, you see Duro trying to stop the recall but fails. So reset comes in from Dr. They are just going back to bot lane, not going for a swap, and he has picked up the call. We haven't seen too much come out from the early game, but that early pressure from BDD, I feel like if Cuz and BDD get ahead in that mid-jungle matchup, and particularly Poppy, the impact you can have on side lanes when, you know, someone's under a tower and you slam them in the wall can be really just the way you take over the game, so...
Oh, Peter in a little bit of trouble as he was trying to wave. But Dr. gets back here and the wave does crash.
I do think we're also seeing that Gen G is very clearly trying their best to keep an eye on Cuz very closely, like the fact that Keen is going for the deep invade so that they keep track of his jungle pathing. And Canyon has actually been on the same side the whole time, and that was again the biggest difference in the last series these two teams faced was that Canyon had basically no early impact, whereas Cuz was winning multiple lanes as Chovy.
Oh, the flash in from BDD is in comes Cuz, throws the buckler at the back of his head, and down goes Chovy for first blood.
Just easy as that, you know, set up the stun with the Annie. Flashes come through, and again, in the last time these teams played, it was about that mid-jungle. That is where the advantage was gained for KT.
So can I simultaneously claim that curses aren't real, but I can't believe in caster blessings? Is that okay?
No.
Can I get away with that? No. Okay, well then I can't take credit for this one. As
you can in your own mind.
Really nicely done there by Cuz. Again, finding the early impact there on the Poppy, and that means that Chovy going to be put behind here early on, and with the prio that KT actually have been able to find in all of their lanes, they're looking really good early here.
Yeah. Dragon was considered for a few moments, but no one is going to be sticking around. Both teams with vision of the area. As Perfect now going to get pushed away as the lane swap has come on through.
That's he should be able to catch the wave if he doesn't go too low, but they might be looking for a play towards topside to try and punish him.
Yeah, it could be a bit of an angle. There is vision if Canyon does try to get in.
And he's TPing top, so he's ready to help cover. So
good cover.
We'll be safe here. I don't think you dive a Nautilus and an Ambessa seems pretty risky.
Yep, level 6 here for Perfect as well, and we know how good he is getting away from stuff, as Dr. doesn't have to use any summoners here, but Keen is scary.
This is one of the things. Peter can't be in both lanes at once, you know, goes to protect his top laner, and immediately Keen just toasts his AD carry. But Dr. able to stay safe, at least, for the time being.
Well, Perfect actually dodging out of the way of a lot of that harassment underneath the turret, so does get a bunch of gold, but a plate goes over to Keen, and it looks like Gen G winning out as far as how this lane swap has eventuated, have closed that gold gap almost completely after that first blood. So KT, thinking they're lucky stars that they're able to make that one work.
And one of the things with that first blood is that Chovy didn't end up winning his flash, so it's not like there's any openings for a potential follow-up play, especially the fact that now BDD and Cuz don't have their summoners to set it up. You know, Flash Tibbers, such a big threat, but Chovy having a summon advantage is going to be pretty safe on that for the time being.
Might also be one of the reasons why we've seen KT be a little bit apprehensive about like hard committing to a dragon. Once the level 6s, as they are now available, I do think the Gen G comp is gets a little spooky to play into. As long as Canyon and Doro are on the same page, the amount of hard engage that's there is not only really strong, but it's multi-man. I think that KT's pick potential is obviously amazing, but it can be harder to get these really big wombo combos the way that Gen G can, especially with Keen having a decent lead already.
You can see KT moving over towards these grubs as they spawn. Canyon and Duro in the area. Level 6 for Duro as well. As the hook comes on through, they're engaging onto the Rel. I don't know whether it's the best choice, as Cuz is just going to evict Chovy from the fight. Now Canyon's in trouble, as Docton doesn't have a Slurkle anymore, but in goes Duro, and he will fall down. But the trade is there immediately. In the meantime, Perfect is there towards the bottom side of the map, and the 1-for-1 isn't too bad if Peter does stay alive, and that will indeed be the case. Still, the grubs go over to Gen G, and they'll claim their prize.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting decision from KT, because they got the one grub initially. They end up trading 1-for-1 and giving those plates over to Perfect. So as much as it looked a little bit haphazard, I think they're happy with how things actually ended up playing out. They got the TP there from Keen, and they managed to disengage, kind of a clean break that gave Perfect some extra gold.
Yeah, double plates is actually a pretty big deal here for this Ambessa.
Yeah, we can now see that Perfect is actually ahead in gold. And there's also the fact I understand why Gen G want to take the fight, because they have a level advantage on Duro, but they look a bit disjointed, because playing this aggressive when Ruler is still pushing out the top wave, I don't think you really should be allowed to get away with, and as it turns out they don't. If they have the Corki there, I think that fight is a complete blowout.
Yeah,
it would have been really easy to but they just lack the damage.
Yeah, the fact that also Keen TP's in, you know, they're going to have this top laner, the Rumble with the Equalizer so strong at that point. This was a risky fight for KT to take, and the way that it played out, I think they were very happy with the outcome, considering how bad it could have been if Ruler was there sooner, if Keen was able to have that more immediate impact. Because the fact was, Perfect had TP'd bot, he wasn't going to be there at all. So KT kind of getting away with murder on that one, and now Gen G starting up the Dragon here, and it looks like KT not really in position to contest.
Yeah, we do have Cuz moving over, as they do clear out the vision in the back of the pit here, but Gen G 4-man strong will be able to take this one by the looks of things. We'll see whether Cuz can find a bit of an angle, but Chovy not going to get slammed against a wall, and it is just going to be the first two objectives going over to Gen G without too much of an issue here, as now Gen G finding an angle towards Peter on the bottom side of the map. Magnus Storm comes in, flash out from Peter, but he still gets pulled back in. Still, they do get the flash, and that is a big deal.
That was the Equalizer was like literally like a 2-second cooldown as that play went on. If they had that, I think they can definitely play for the kill. Instead, just going to be the shove-in, but not much more there for Gen G.
Yeah, did you get the flash from Peter, though? So we'll take that one, absolutely. And potentially look for a play onto him in the future. I feel like playing Nautilus into Jarvan in particular is such an uncomfortable matchup, because there's so many situations where you're playing around the dredge line as like a safety tool, and the Cataclysm just completely shuts that down. And I think in a lot of scenarios where you're into a Yunara who's not the easiest target to engage on as a Jarvan because she has that dash, you can just kill the Nautilus, immediately remove him, and then play the rest of the fight out with a numbers advantage.
Well, Chovy looks like he's getting in position to get a bit aggressive towards BDD. Just throws down a Dissonance for now, as Canyon will be moving towards his Krug camp by the looks of things on that top side of the map.
We have also seen that Cuz, thanks to the gold, able to pick up a very early Sundered Sky, and as we all know,
balanced item.
That's good stuff, right? You want to get that as early as possible. I think that particularly with the Poppy, like the 1 and 2 spikes on Jungle Poppy specifically, to me feel really strong. I do feel like eventually you'd rather have the gold on the Yunara, but early on, I don't think it's that bad, especially if you play aggressively.
Yeah, speaking of which, Shockwave does come down. And BDD a little bit worse for wear. Cuz in position to defend, but still going to be a good amount of damage onto this Annie.
I do feel like it's a very different vibe with the Poppy, though, with the Sundered Sky. Like, Jarvan's just going around tapping everyone for the heals with the passive, whereas Cuz just launches the buckler at their head that does, like, so much damage.
Well, let's see how this one's going to go. Ruler back down towards his bottom side of the map, hoovering up minions. The gold, about 200 in the lead for KT, but it's two objectives for Gen G. That really is what stands out to me for now. Next dragon is going to be a Cloud. So we could have Earth, Wind, and Fire to start us off.
Could be fun.
Still September.
It could even be in the correct order as well.
Oh my goodness. It has to be an Infernal Soul now. It has to.
Watch it be Chemtech.
Oh, Orcs, you know what to do, okay? We need so much attention, all right? You're here, you're in the Inspire Arena. Have a look around
I should feel inspired.
Yep, yes. To make sure that we are paying as much attention, no susture at all, okay? We need to channel away from
possible
that.
dive.
Yeah, bit of an angle here for KT. Let's see where the ruler is going to be all right. As there's the flash forward. Good flash away as the depth charge not going to be avoided, but down comes Gen G, and out goes Peter via the death chamber. That was beautifully played there by Ruler, even if he did have to invest the flash. Is now Perfect taking a hot walk out of this top lane, but will be able to make it out.
Yeah, you can see KT trying to rush the play, make it happen quickly before Gen G could respond, but the flash was perfect from Ruler. If he gets stunned against the terrain, I think they can just grab the kill and get out quickly, make the great escape, but he's able to disengage from the situation. It's Peter who goes down.
Oh, speaking of going down, could be a little bit of a rough spot here for Canyon as he does. Flash Flag Dragon gets himself out of his Cataclysm. Man, I was expecting him to die.
Sundered Sky, baby.
Oh, there we go.
Still, though, that is, I think, a really nice counterpunch and kind of an unforced error there from Canyon because he didn't have anyone near him. So walking up that aggressively gets punished big time. Will lose his flash, will lose his ultimate. And well done there by KT. But I am starting to worry now as this play felt like it could have been the breakpoint for KT to really start running away with the game. But you see Gen G, not only does Ruler play it perfectly as highlighted by Ox, but they knew, they were so ready for this. The immediate TP from Chovy, the fact that Duro was already basically in the area. And I think that KT in hindsight actually, they probably would have gotten Ruler, but if they had committed a lot more time towards it, I think it could have backfired immensely.
Yeah, it was so much a smash and grab sort of play.
Oh yeah.
Where they wanted to make it quick and get out.
Quick heist.
Yeah, and the fact that Peter didn't have flash available, his flash just coming up now, he was that man that they just had to leave behind in that situation. So a little bit dangerous. And then obviously we saw Canyon when he made that escape there, flashing outside of the W from the Poppy, so he didn't get his flag and drag interrupted. Does mean the Jarvan's without the flash now, so a little bit harder to find those engages.
Oh. Max range hook here from Peter. Looks for a bit of an angle, but out goes Duro.
Yeah, speaking of engages, a lot of flashes down for Gen G. You know, both bot laners and Canyon down those flashes. So with the Herald spawning, with the Dragon spawning as well, both teams setting up for a fight, but I feel like KT have those summoner advantages on their side.
Yep. Cuz the only one with his flash down, but it's been upgraded to Hex Flash, so they'd say that that's probably a good thing.
Oh.
Valkyrie gets out of the way of the hook here from Peter as Shattering Strike avoided very nicely. Peter running around real fast with that Ghost is now Perfect, teleporting in. And they're not wanting to give away feats of strength for free.
Look at BDD on the flank.
Looking to throw a bear at them. Let's see what happens here as second dragon. Oh, the flash in from Peter. They're looking for Ruler, who does get knocked up. And the Cataclysm comes down, but the Rel's already dead. Out goes the Jarvan. Peter is traded, but now Keen's in an awkward spot. And Docdom is free hitting. BDD gets on top of Chovy. And Docdom just flashes for it. Now Perfect's dashing around this fight as Keen flashes away. It's Kozilok's down the dragon, and Gen G, they do secure an even kill trade unless Cuz is able to make this one a problem, and never mind, it's a problem for Cuz. Down he'll go, and Gen G will actually win the fight even though they lost the Drake.
And we have been building up to it, but we have an actual team fight, and it's a back and forth. I thought the flank was going to be enough, but a little bit of stalling there from Gen G prevents the disaster. And then at the end, KT trying to just chew off a little bit too much.
I feel like the Cataclysm that came through.
Yeah.
So initially the flank was massive, but there wasn't that much follow-up because the disengage that came out. Ruler and Chovy don't get initially followed up on. Ruler has a great Valkyrie, Chovy flashes away. And then it's this Cataclysm combined with the burning from Keen and the equalizer. So much damage is done to the front line. And it kind of, everyone splits out, Ruler and Canyon disengage, and then KT, they feel like they had such a good initial engage that they want more. They want more out the fight. But Ruler's still so healthy, Canyon's still so healthy, and it's just an overchase here.
Yep, it was Banana Brush control for Gen G.
Because that death from Perfect, I think, is a bit more valid, because it buys the space for Cuz to get the smite. Cuz, though, didn't need to get that deep. He'd already done his job, denied the second Drake, as we are, unfortunately, also denied Earth, Wind, and Fire. But at least it's not a Chemtech, so we can't really blame anyone.
It's Earth, Wind, and Fire went out.
We are by the ocean.
True.
So that does feel appropriate.
That is a very good point. So the Inspire Arena is very much surrounded by water. And, well, I mean, I guess technically everything is, you know. Even the largest continents on Earth are actually surrounded by water.
If you zoom out enough, Atlas, that is true.
Yeah. Anyway, Slurkle comes out, doesn't find the target here as Docdom with first item and a half now completed. Cull cashed in there as well, but it's a 2-0-3 Corki here, and we know Ruler can really get some things done with this champion. Rift Herald has been started, and Gen G, oh man, they are all grouped up and ready to go. Equalizer goes down first as Cuz gonna get interrupted on the ult. He does slam Canyon against the wall as now BDD looking for Chovy off to the side. Perfect execution to come on through there as it's public, but it's also perfect playing the champion, so I reckon we'll count it as Gen G will steal.
Targetable and is able to get the smite steal.
And now Genji's routed. They have the Herald, they slam it down mid immediately, so even though it's a 1-for-1, the fact that Genji get a Herald and then immediately
Targetable and is able to get the smite steal.
And now Genji's routed. They have the Herald, they slam it down mid immediately, so even though it's a 1-for-1, the fact that Genji get a Herald and then immediately go towards mid and get this impact from it, they feel so good about the outcome of this play.
Yeah, 2,000 gold in an instant, the blink of an eye. And that is going to be locked down there as we do have feats of strength also over to Gen G at the same time. KT will be able to answer with this top lane outer turret being taken by PDD, so that is going to help them at least mitigate that gold lead just a little bit, but I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be enough. This snowball is a rolling.
And I think what we're also seeing is Gen G have so many threats, because in so many of these fights we've seen Chovy get actually focused early on, right, as they're able to do here, but then on the other end of the fight, they are kind of getting bullied away, and their single target CC and damage is amazing, but I think until we get to the point where Yunara can really pop off, feels like they're not quite ready there with the damage, and Gen G have 3 carries, so just killing Chovy isn't enough.
I feel like KT have to invest so many tools, and if they don't get a huge advantage from that initial engage with the Nautilus with Yanni, and Docdom isn't fed, it feels really hard to have the throughput in these fights, because another rotation of abilities from Ruler, from Chovy, and even...
But that's just up the wave, and down goes the Rumble. Nicely off there by KT, a little bit of surprise by BDD.
Yeah. Stacked yet, but this Corki is going to be very strong.
I do kind of love that KT can both have their own fans with elevated heartbeat, but also do jump scares. They've done so many of these death rushes.
Stacked yet, but this Corki is going to be very strong.
I do kind of love that KT can both have their own fans with elevated heartbeat, but also do jump scares. They've done so many of these death rushes as Otacon has started.
Yeah, KT is just a cardiac problem. Let's get on to the... Knocked up, just thrown around like a ragdoll, and down he will go. Another kill to Docdom and Otacon going to KT. The pendulum, it do be swinging here at the Inspire Arena.
I love the confidence, you know, we thought that pick in the bot lane was just that, a pick, but they think, right, Keen, no TP, death time is long enough. They immediately move for the Otacon, and then Canyon tries to approach. Not only do they take him down, but they manage to secure the objective as well. And Gen G, they will trade for some turrets in return, so it's not as a one-sided play as it could be. But KT, they get what they want out of this.
Kind of sets up for a basically even game, because now with the pedals, Gen G is pretty substantially behind, but the turret does mean that the gold stays in their favor. As watch this right here, Canyon tries to do the classic ult in, but it's the timing on Peter's ult there that interrupted, and that's also going to be the next dragon going over, and KT really pushing back here in terms of control of the map.
And that's the thing, is that Gen G has a slight gold lead, but that's with the fact that they've taken a lot of structures, a lot of towers.
Yeah, as Blastcone going to deliver Cuz into a lot of open arms of Gen G, and he's going to be taken down pretty comfortably here. Duro going to be the one to collect the kill, and Keen also taking a turret on the other side of the map. And yeah, it was looking okay for KT. It's stopped.
Wait, they're turning it around.
BDD, yeah, he's teleporting up towards Keen here, looking for a little bit of an angle.
Maybe with Ambessa?
Yeah, okay. Well, Keen is just going to,
I think he's just out.
Just rocket his way out.
I like the idea, though.
Oh, no. He's going to turn this into a gank, and the equalizer comes down. Docdom able to dash over that wall, so slightly optimistic, but I just like the fact that he went for it.
I feel like this passage of play after the Otacon got a little bit manic.
Yes.
KT, and Gen G has actually benefited quite massively, because they picked up those 2 turrets initially, but here, Cuz just goes in on Duro, and ends up...
bait.
But
yeah, the blast
saw it.
Hit. And he has no backup from his team. And they just lock him in place, kill him. So now that play, that lean towards the bot side tier 1 fails. They don't get the bot side tier 1. Keen takes a tower in the meantime. So now, yes, they got the Otacon, but they're 3,500 gold down. I feel like KT, a good thing happened, and as is with KT, something bad had to follow.
Yeah. Didn't need to be that bad.
Especially in the current, like, we're still in the spellbook meta, right? You got to just press tab. You see that cleanse on Duro, you're like, you know what? I am just a Poppy. Don't think this play is going to end up working out.
Yep, it was unnecessary. But kill score still very even here. Arakan going to be providing a little bit extra. And as you were saying, 1 turret to 4 of them on the other side. So KT have some ground that they can make up, but they do need to be able to get some control in order to take these turrets.
This is also a point where Ruler is super strong, because not only did his mirror mana just get fully stacked, but he now has enough stats to get his Jack of all trades, the full 10 different stats.
Yeah.
He has that, he has the extra adaptive force. This Corki is fully online. Strongest champion in the game right now, I would say. So they have the gold lead, and even though the Arakan's in the other direction, I feel like Gen G, the next fight, I think if they don't get a grip on Ruler, if they don't blow him up, he's just going to dominate.
There is also, again, so much single target burst on KT. Both Keen and Chovy have actually picked up Zhonya as an arm guard respectively, so there is a lot of defensive power there as well. So KT need to be very either extremely clean on their setup, which they do have the tools for it, to be clear, between the Abessa ult, Poppy's entire kit, Annie's entire kit, Nautilus's entire kit. But if you blow too much on one member and the rest of Gen G is there, you're still in trouble. So it is a tightrope they need to walk. And my main issue for KT is I don't think it necessarily gets better, because I do think the Poppy and Annie in particular are kind of going to naturally fall off as we get deeper into the game. And let's be real, with Jarvan Orianna, you're always going to be feeling good to get into the late game. Obviously, Yunara's there, but as we highlighted, there is a lot of CC to make Dokdam's life miserable.
Yep, and it's also about ease of execution as well, as Cuz just getting annoyed by this horse pants lady.
Like, I'm not going on
around his jungle.
Not attacking you again, Duro.
Yeah, Chovy moving on in. And the problem is KT's plan has been try to eliminate Chovy in a lot of these fights. And you mentioned the arm guard, but he also has the like defensive AP core duo of items that just turns him into an AP bruiser, like you're talking about. And so Chovy is going to pretty much be a tank, and so they have to change their focus to let's kill Ruler as quickly as we possibly can. Maybe deal with Keen as well. As you can see, he's done a lot of damage.
It's one of the things with Corki and Orianna where they have extra HP from the items, in particular Orianna, but even the Corki with the Triforce. And it's also, if you chunk them but don't kill them, they're so good at playing at the back of a fight. Like Corki can still contribute rockets, Orianna can still shield or play at a distance. But if Yunara gets chunked out and she's like your main damage for KT, she has to be in auto range to really do anything other than the lasers. And I think that's the thing with Gen G. They just need to chunk Dokdam, and I think KT's fight potential really starts to struggle. So Dokdam is approaching 3 items. It's a big spike, but he needs to be like pixel perfect, I feel, in some of these fights to have the impact that they need. And it's getting a little worrying now. We have 30 seconds on the next dragon. We could see KT maybe just give it up and give more time for Dokdam to scale, because Baron's up as well. If you lose a fight at this point, it's probably just Baron into game.
Yeah, and they need Dokdam to have that Infinity Edge. It's going to be so incredibly important. Teleport back from Chovy to get back towards this lane. He is looking for some Magic Pen here as cousin Peter. He's not going to get shockwaved, as Duro's just going to crash his way over this wall as the dragon will be spawning. And it looks like KT not ones to back down from a fight, even though perhaps they should be.
Banana Brush?
Yeah, they're going to get control of it this time around, but Gen G already starting off this dragon. Perfect, looking for an angle towards Keen. They do spy the Rumble lurking in the back of that pit as the equalizer into the Banana Brush, doing absolutely nothing at all. Perfect getting on top of Keen here, but the Poppy ultimate is going to get avoided. Somehow it's Ruler that takes down the dragon. Is Perfect able to dash his way out. BDD's been exhausted, and Duro gets on top of him. The Annie executed immediately, and KT just cannot do damage in this fight. Down go 3, and Dokdam just gonna have to walk away from this one. Man manages to dash away from Canyon, but Keen probably not going to let him leave. The Harpoons looking for him, but he doesn't even need them. Unable to dash over that wall. Down goes Dokdam, and Gen G, I think, just won the game.
And in a fight where KT, I think, needs to be laser focused on taking down Ruler, they didn't even get a Suns.
Yep, didn't even get near him. He was just free hitting, gets a triple kill there. And I think it was a fight they really didn't need to take, and a fight they're now going to regret having gone for with the Baron secured. You can see it kind of felt like initially they were maybe looking for just a Dragon Steal and then maybe disengage. The ult gets charged up by Cuz, but he thinks Canyon's just going to ult to deny it, so he goes for Keen, but Keen pops the stasis. They then commit onto Canyon. BDD ends up failing the flash. It's all scrappy and messy from KT. And Gen G just holds strong. Ruler just walks forward and hits closest target. Nothing complex from Gen G because they didn't need anything complex to win this. And KT, it kind of felt like they tripped over their own tools.
And that flash from BDD is really going to sting. And as you're saying, I think that KT always would have to look for an all-in fight at some point in the game. But I do think you want the positions to be good. And I didn't really feel like they had a great flank angle there. Perfect was marked very early on. And looking at it in hindsight, I actually think it was the whiffed equalizer from Keen that is what prompted them to be like, hey, equalizer's down. We might have a shot here. But Gen G still out-teamfight them. And now the game is firmly in Gen G's hands. And unless they make some colossal mistakes, should be them closing out this game number 1.
Well, the Infinity Edge turns up, but it is just a little bit too late. Kind of like Donald Glover with the pizza. As KT looking to try and defend this inner turret. That's going to be a tough task, as Canyon, you can see, just lurking, seeing whether it is going to be a dive opportunity. They are just able to tank this one up, though, and down will go the inner. One last one remaining towards that bottom side.
Yeah, they are not
down 5.
They're not a good team against Baron because they really don't have wave clear that they can just do from a safe distance. Like, Doctam has to walk up and auto the wave, and you're against Noriana, so he's constantly have to play around this ball being put forwards, as you can see, taking poke from the Corki as well, and the towers are just dying to the cannon minions.
Yep, and there's 2 that are already set up here, so this inhibitor is well and truly dead. Keen just ushering in another wave towards this mid lane, and that's already 50% done. KT, they have to do something, otherwise passively, their whole base is just going to blow up. But the problem is, when they did try to do something last time, it went very, very poorly.
I think the opportunity, unfortunately, has gone by.
Rock and or hard place comment?
I would say so, yes. Which is not ideal.
I choose the rock. Go for the rock.
Yeah. I'm going to go with hard place, potentially made out of rocks.
I don't think he's in this movie, guys.
Oh, okay. He's been in quite a few of them, though. It's pretty surprising. Gen G will be able to take the inhibitor turret, but they will leave the inhibitor up here in this mid lane momentarily. Now looking to transition this last 30 seconds of Baron towards the bottom side.
And they also, because they didn't get Chovy's arm guard last round, like he is just building towards Void Staff now.
Yep.
Because he's not being threatened. And yeah, even it's hard to imagine anyone getting picked off with the tools available right now.
It's an 11,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial gold lead. It really has just gone that sort of direction.
Has KT studied the bros to see how they managed to do it?
Atlas, you
against
were there.
the DN freaks?
No, Atlas, you were there. You know that's not what actually transpired.
he took me aside after that Pog State episode and said, if you just go back and watch it from a bro perspective, it looks like a comeback.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't. And I still don't believe it. But we do want to believe that KT can potentially find an angle.
I think the KT
I probably
angle
shouldn't have fabricated a situation.
I think the KT angle in the next game is...
I think they actually had next game angle.
They had a good early game, right? It was just a couple of fights, didn't end up going their way. Gen G, obviously, as they always are, very punishing when it comes to rotations around the map. They did also get Rumble, Orianna, and Jarvan.
Yeah.
That is a little silly.
And Corki. Corki's pretty good too, as it turns out. Equalizer goes down. They do manage to avoid it. Cuz does pick up the red buff as Magnet Storm going to be thrown in, but doesn't really do too much. Slurkle. But KT will just back away. And Gen G still giving them a lot of respect as Peter, he's the one that has to face check, does find this control ward that will be taken out here by Doctam. Oh my goodness, these rockets are really hurting.
They're pushing out so much.
Well, sometimes you just want to try and find a fight. KT, they've decided that this is the hill that they're going to do their last gasp on. BDD looking for a bit of an angle here as Doctam is scary. The hook to come on out, but Keen just eats it with the Zhonya's. So no flash here for Peter. Chovy looking for a window, does find it. Another hook is going to connect. Peter does find the knock-up onto Canyon and manages to make his way out. And there's the ulti. Will connect onto Keen now that he doesn't have that. Zhonya's the flash forward. There's a public execution, but Chovy goes golden as well. And now it's Duro's turn to get in there. Still, they're
They don't have a lot of the tools, and Chovy will be taken down. BDD in trade immediately, but Top Dom, can he actually get it done? The answer is no, because Ruler is unfortunately still alive for KT fans, and yeah, that 1v1 ain't gonna be one you're gonna win there, Doc Dom. It's a quadra for Ruler, and Cuz will deny the Penta, but I don't think he's gonna deny his Nexus going down.
This is a sort of fight where maybe if it was a 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, you could have seen KT winning it, but they barely took out Chovy.
What do you mean
and
it's
Ruler.
4 times that amount? They should have easily been able to do it.
Ruler just sat there free hitting, having a great time on this Corki, doing so much damage, and now Cuz trying to defend solo. We'll see if Ruler cares more about the Penta.
Of course he does.
Yeah, I don't know whether the Penta still exists, but we'll see whether he can get it. Unofficial Penta kill there from Ruler as he takes down the Nexus. Genji will strike first in this lower bracket final, and it was they struck pretty hard.
A lot of the things we expected to come in, I think, kind of coming true. Cuz with great early impact, KT being able to play off of that strong mid-jungle 2v2 early on. Actually, some really nice calls from them as well, particularly the Otacon play, I think, was the KT that was able to win against Gen G. Unfortunately, I think Gen G did get to play their game, and if they are comfortable, if they do just get to slowly play, get these turrets, get these waves, and set up for straight-up 5v5s, they're just such a hard team to beat.
To me, I don't even think the draft was necessarily an issue in and of itself, but to me, the draft that KT had is a sort of draft that I expect, like, HLE to play.
Yeah.
And I feel like I would want a more carry-oriented mid-jungle combo for BDD and Cuz, and maybe, because I feel like this game, you needed Perfect to be popping off, and I don't think he necessarily played bad, but I just feel like he didn't have that impact, and BDD's playing a more utility role on this Annie, when he has been the carry for this team. I think Dr. tried, but it was just so much was on his back in this game, and Ruler was just having such a great time flying the plane around the map.
Yeah, and his Corki has been so devastating when they do manage to get that slight advantage. I think their focus on turrets was fantastic because it accelerates that gold. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the best of 5. There's a chance the KT can make something happen, but that first game was a doozy. Genji looking in prime form. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space and Beautiful Woodid are going to be able to break this one down. Then we'll have game number 2.
여기 애니 밀어낸다.
계속 나한테 뺄수 있어.
노틸.
야, 뽀삐고 뺄수 있어. 한번 뺄수 있어.
날라. 테니스.
야 그냥 봐대. 괜찮아. 야 윤아랑 퀴어 조금 아니야? 안녕.
야 이거 천천히
해보자. 야 애니.
나 천천히 천천히 해봐.
아, 천천히.
야 윤아랑 있었어.
나 밑에 다 높을.
천천히.
얘다 높을. 아 이게. 괜찮아. 봐줄게. 펜타.
한 명 어디 있는데?
한 명 여기 있어.
높을.
한 명이 부시에 숨어있을걸? 예, 집으로 쭉 뺐나 보다 여기로. 상대로 가.
갈만한가?
당연한 얘기지만 BDD가 많이 해주는 건 맞거든요. 근데 어차피 이 정도 사이즈 되는 팀들이 이기려면 BDD만 잘해선 절대 못 이겨요.
어디를 어떻게 개선해야 할지 막막했던 것 같아요. 좀 헤맨 것 같은데 이제는 제 역할에 맞게 플레이해야죠.
BDD의 짐을 제일 많이 덜어준 선수가 누구냐 했을 때 덕담이고 진짜 잘해주고 있고요. 오히려 깜깜합니다. 아니 서장피라 폭파 픽터 태굴이거든요. 그런데 한국으로 와 탈출 나갈 수 있어요. 그래도 내지가 탈출 대기가 20이에요. DP는 지나갔고요.
아니 커즈의
커즈가
끝났어요.
그리고 잡았어요.
그리고 커즈 6레벨 됐고요. 대격변
이렇게 먹어버립니까 KT?
대포할 슈팅이 계속 쏟아져요.
BDD가 또 한번 더 한번 찔렀습니다. 그리고 KT는 3강을 뚫어봤던 팀이었어요. BDD KT 롤스터의 원래 이름이 뭐였습니까? 슈퍼팀이었습니다.
한 번 이겼던 팀을 또 못 이기란 법이 없잖아요. 이기겠습니다. 이제는 증명할 시간이라고 생각해요. 보여드리겠습니다.
요즘 곡은 너무 조용해. 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space here at Inspire Arena. It is 1-0 Gen G over KT, and it's our pleasure here on the global broadcast to welcome the Demon Bunny Hunter herself. It is host of the LCK Korean side. It's Unbin. Welcome Unbin Nim. How are you?
Hi, this is Unbin. Hello, SK Glover. It's nice to meet you. I'm so good. I'm so nice.
Yeah. What did you think about that game number 1 between Gen G and KT? Who was your key player in that one?
I think Genji, everyone was good, but Ruler proved himself at the end and so good at escape.
Yeah, especially I was so impressed by like his escape here. It was so important at the game, and he managed to escape this situation from KT, made the KT game really hard.
Yeah, Ruler just having a great performance in the late game was set up for success by Genji, who out-macroed KT Rolster in this first game.
Yeah, again, pretty funny that you, as a bot laner, pick the bot laner of Gen G as your key player here. Again, you can watch Unbin over at the LCK YouTube channel with the solo rank hunters with a Demon Bunny herself. Let's break this one down, though, as it was a unique draft here for Gen G and KT. We felt like it was pretty okay with KT early on, and then it led to some early macro plays.
So the reason why we are showing up this draft is actually it's connected to the macro play that Genji did here. Is actually them just giving up Atakan here and get the turrets here made Genji really easy to build up their team comp easier, because their team comp is all about the value, scaling. So I feel like they were not in a hurry. They knew that they're gonna outscale. So that was really great macro play by Genji here.
This is Genji just knowing their win cons, knowing that the Yunara is going to come online a little bit later, but they already had tempo advantage, they already had leads. And instead of trying to force a fight that could go badly for them and give KT the W, they take the guaranteed win of grabbing those turrets, avoid the fight. And sure, Canyon sacrificed himself a little bit there, got a little bit too close to the sun, but otherwise it's a trade up for Gen G. They end up going smoothly through that mid game because of it.
Yeah, and with a play like that, I think that was a 2,000 gold lead, and more importantly, it allowed Chovy to get the items that he needed for the next team fight, which is the big point here in the game where it ended up breaking open at the Drake. And you just gotta feel bad for BDD at an opportunity here in the top side of the map. Keep your eyes on both sides here.
Yeah, just imagine you are playing AD carry here. Imagine, Unbin, you are playing Yunara here.
Yes.
But what can you do? You cannot do anything, right?
Oh yes, I cannot do anything.
Yeah, it's really impossible. It's like the value.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the value is already gone.
Yeah, I mean, Duckdom is trying his best here, but he just cannot get access to the main part of the fight. Even with Keen completely whiffing his equalizer at the beginning of the fight here, a bit of a miss from BDD himself there, but I don't think it would have changed too much, as Duckdom was the last man standing here, essentially unable to make anything happen. Cannon gets sped up here. Duckdom's just trying to use his P shooter here. And like, you know, in these fights too, a lot of it's about the execution of the fight, but my bigger question is, with no soul on the line, with a scaling Yunara that's not fully set with 3 items yet, why fight here as KT Rolster? You could instead just try to sit back and scale. You already had gotten a few dragons under your belt. You had time to play around the map, side lane a little bit, and just get that Yunara fully online. Instead, they think they have the angle, but it fails miserably, and that's essentially the end of the game.
Yeah, Wadid, when you think about this game number 2, like, how do you feel if you're KT? You had the tools, you had a couple of fights that didn't go your way, but you stuck in it. What is the big takeaway here?
I mean, I just felt like their draft should build around the BDD. So he's playing Playmaker. I like it, but still, I just want some kind of DPM, you know? So you have the insurance for the late game. But in that game, even though like BDD played perfectly in the early game, he couldn't make it because of the value, right? I think it's really important to have some scaling option, especially in the big stage games, because you're gonna make the mistake. So I feel like KT just needs the better mid lane champion right there, because Orianna was just too OP.
Now, Unbin, for you, in game 1, Ruler was the big player there.
Yeah.
Who else do you think is gonna have a good game here in game number 2 for both teams?
2?
Yeah.
예상 못해요.
I can't predict. so 그러면은 who needs to step up for the next game? 그 다음 게임에 누가 좀 더 잘해야 될 것 같아?
I think Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah, Perfect needs to step up, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, again, a tough battle here for KT. Down game number 1. It is the first to 3. Let's see how it goes in game number 2. Bye-bye, Unbin.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Actually, probably the most beautiful space we have ever had. Even Oxford University Ken Wolf, absolutely gorgeous.
We got everything.
Yeah.
We covered whatever you could want in a gaming broadcast. We have it.
I actually think Unbin added so much to all of the replays as well. I have a feeling we might be fighting over for the global broadcast in 2026, but that's not something that we talk about on a Chronicle broadcast because he's abandoning us. And
Oh, hey, we're casting the game. The series is still going.
It is.
Yeah,
but,
you're
we need
abandoning us after the series.
Yeah, and we let you get you were off the hook, all right? Almost the entirety of game one.
Yeah.
We had to make sure we swung back in. Swung back in? Something like that. Speaking of making their way back in, it's going to be KT moving towards the blue side one more time. As it's only game number 2, we're not going to see some full red side prevalence as far as preferences are concerned until probably the next game, where red does seem to be a little bit more powerful. Genji really swinging for the fences in game 1. And how scared are we of the 3-0 prediction coming through?
I mean, it's definitely plausible, but I also think that KT...
Did you say plausible?
Plausible.
Plausible.
Oh,
It's always plausible.
Because I'd really like to have a little bit of time with you gentlemen on this desk, so plausible sounds good.
I really think it comes down to, as talked about in the space as well, the priorities when it comes to draft. I think put BDD in more of a carry position, and I think it will do a lot of favors. As I said, the draft felt more akin to how HLE have kind of been playing with, Zayas as a major piece in how they want to carry, and with Peanut more of a facilitator. I think you really have been winning as KT because of your mid-jungle. And I think the draft really didn't set up for that. So we'll see what they go for this time round. We have had a little bit of a change-up when it comes to bans. This time around, going for the Vi instead of the Galio from KT to start things off.
I think it's a Trundle first pick angle. How are you feeling about that one, Chronicler?
Objection, that's a leading question. You know my opinions on this matter, so I'm not going to answer.
Okay, Your Honor.
Actually, you should only ask questions you know the answer to when you're doing a deposition, isn't that true?
Yeah, but it's the way that the question is phrased.
I love this. I'm learning about lore and things like that as well.
Also, why
Speaking
are you
of
butting
lore,
in?
She might be having a rough time.
Overruled.
because KT aren't doing so well.
Nico
God.
coming in.
Boys.
Peter, definitely, I think our best Nico that we have in the LCK at the moment, able to always have an impact on this pick, uses the stealth exception
And Maritz,
well.
how do you feel about Nico?
I love Nico, and I think Peter does very well on this champion.
Our ARAM games beg to differ.
Oh, that's what we're referring to?
No, I was referring to the fact you keep complaining about the Nico stun combo with the rocket belt.
I do still think that is obnoxious, but I, unlike you two, am able to put my personal grievances aside to try and cast a video game.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, that sounds boring. Okay, Zin's out. Going to be locked in first here. And we'll see what Canyon is going to be taking for either Chovy or Keen is what I'm kind of expecting, unless they go for a ruler option. We have seen the pivot start earlier when it comes to locking in bot lane champions in the first round of picks as opposed to the second. They could be dabbling in something like that. We'll see where they do decide to go, as instead it will be just Zin Talia locked in. A lot of power.
Yeah, especially with a lot of the mid laners taken away, with Azir and Ryze banned, with the fact that Woori, Annie have been taken away from Fearless. So they're definitely feeling really good to be able to pick her up in this situation and make it difficult for a lot of the follow-up from the Nico. If Nico wants to go in with Rocket Battle as well, it's a little bit dangerous. No surprise to see Cuz come in with the Trundle here, though, especially into the Xin Zhao. I feel like a big reason why he initially came in the meta was the matchup into the Xin Zhao specifically.
Yeah, this is completely fine. And it's even good, I think, into Talia. The pillar is actually really annoying for her to deal with. She is one of those champions that really needs to be close to have an impact, but you also don't really have a built-in escape, so I like that setup.
It's not blind, and that's what we really like about this particular Trundle angle. Let's see what BDD is going to be locking away, as the Aurora has been hovered for now. That would be a flex. I feel like, my waters are telling me it's likely going towards BDD, as now he's considering a Kali lock-in, and that will be picked up as we get the full zoom onto BDD's face. Man, he is not happy with how that Annie game went.
I like BDD Akali. Akali Trundle, though, for me, as a 2v2 is not the best. I feel like they don't really work that well together. If this was a Xin Zhao for Cuz, or a Pantheon, anything of that sort, I'd be feeling a lot better. But
feel like
BDD really wanting to take it into his own hands.
Having the CC from the jungler, like something just to lock them in place for the Akali to connect with the Shuriken or with the ult can go such a long way, and you are kind of lacking that here with the Akali. And also the Akali into Taleo. We have seen it do good before. I seem to remember it was the rate composition where they would just go in through the rocks
I was
themselves.
thinking, like, is this going to be the Dyson Akali again?
Yeah,
because we
clean
just
up all the
like
rocks.
just hoover it up.
Yeah, there will obviously be that Unraveled Earth, but if you approach from different angles, it can be powerful. We've mostly seen Akali picked into Orianna, and that do well. But I guess here, KT are fully committing into, like, we're going to dive your backline and make it uncomfortable, which plays into the fact that they immediately ban away that Xayah, and they're trying to remove some of the safe tools away from Ruler.
Well, the Jhin going to be taken away. Speaking of a safe tool, able to follow up on a lot of the dive here from KT.
Lucian, maybe?
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a Lucian angle. The
I feel
Rakan,
yeah, Lucian Rakan is not
yeah, we have
necessarily the best
seen
lane.
it
It's
more
fine.
recently. It did not do well.
It does give Ruler agency, which is the big thing, trying to play into a lot of threat on the enemy team, but no, it's going to be the Gwen instead.
I think Gwen, especially if you're diving and the Gwen is just thriving in the chaos. Also, Gwen Xin Zhao has been really potent. Looks like the Civ is going to come through. The Spell Shield, a decent amount of value here. I do feel like the Pillar is a bit of a headache for the Sivir, though, who relies so much on that movement speed. And obviously the Spell Shield does really nothing against the Pillar.
Now, a lot of things for Doctom to decide on. See where he does decide to land with the choice. This one, no surprise at all, as the Scion I was actually expecting to be banned at this portion of the draft. Perfect has been defaulting back to this champ very early in a lot of drafts so far these playoffs. Will be no surprise to see that one locked in as it does get taken away. And now Doctom needs to make his decision.
I don't love Scion Akali, though. That is, to me, the type of composition that if it falls flat, like KT is again going towards a 2-carry comp here, and Zeri and Akali both. Eventually Zeri gets great damage, but initially it's just burst. Same for Akali, so KT in the last game I think had a little bit more leeway. With this, I think they just need to start snowballing early. I don't think you can fall behind because I think this comp falls flat in its face.
I think they need the momentum, but I do think Zeri is the sort of pick that gives you that throughput in fights, that sort of carryover. If you get that initial kill, Zeri's momentum with her ultimate will help you clean up, which you definitely need. And Aatrox are going to come through, good matchup into the Scion, not too much a surprise then, especially if you're diving in and you have a lot of short-range picks. The value the Aatrox can get here is absolutely massive.
Who kills Aatrox? Like, once he gets his items, that's going to be tough. I think KT's composition, they do have an incredibly strong, like, level 6 spike across the board. I think that the Nico, Akali, and Zeri angle I really like. But you gotta win the early game, because if you start falling behind against this composition and you're trying to 5v5 into Aatrox, into Sivir, into Rakan, I don't think it's gonna end
I feel like it's a situation where if they even slightly fall behind, they're just gonna get blended. Like, you can just imagine the damage output, the AoE. You're diving in a couple of ricochets, a couple of sweet spots.
Some rocks.
You'll just get obliterated so quickly. So it needs to be a crisp game from KT, which against Gen.G is a hard ask.
Yeah, and it feels very similar to game number 1, right? Gen.G threats across the board, right? Keen, very difficult to deal with, as well as the fact that Chovy's on Taliyah. A lot of consistent damage in that mid lane, and you really can't talk about consistent damage without talking about Sivir. The ricochets are going to be doing so much work. And once again, you mentioned it already, 2-threat comp coming out from KT may not necessarily be enough. This time, though, BDD is on a playmaker, so maybe that can help them, and Cuz has a good matchup in the jungle. So if this Trundle can take over the game, and it is still like so much on the shoulders of Cuz and BDD, but that's a Wednesday for this team. Let's get onto the riff.
KT 하나 둘 셋. 젠지 하나 둘 셋.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the riff for game number 2 is already Keen finding some value against Peter and Doctom, but does have to flash. I did like the fact that he hit a couple of Qs, though. Just didn't really work out for him.
Good early pick up there to get that flash, and the fact that we're seeing the bot lane of KT up on the top side wonders if we are gonna... No, they are just swapping back to normal lanes in this situation, so Happy just to have picked up the flash there from Keen and not going to go for the Viper swap and stun Doctam in the top side.
Could also be an angle for Cuz to go for a very early level free gank and just clear the top side, which Trundle really choose for. I think the bot side is where he's a little bit slower because there's a lot more multi-character camps. So we could see Cuz maybe look towards something, especially with the lethal tempo. I think he wants to brawl as much as possible, especially like that into the Xin Zhao, which, as you highlighted already, Ox, is that we saw the Trundle come in because he wins the 1v1 against the Xin Zhao. He's able to punish him when he goes in with the pillar. And he also makes him a lot squishier with the use of that subjugate.
Well, let's see how Peter's going to go on his iconic Nico pickup. I feel like this game, they have invested a lot. As far as like the fearless box that we do like to talk about, Peter winning on his Nico is going to be a very important one if KT do want to be able to take this series. And especially just to even things up, guarantee us at least 4 games in this best of 5. That would be fantastic. So far, though, KT with some control of this bottom side. BDD is going to be using his health bar as a resource, as we do like to say. And Chovy is going to be doing his very best to remove all of that resource as best as possible. So far, working out just fine, as BDD already at half health. Has been able to pick up the majority of the minions, though, so not feeling too bad.
I think ultimately this is how so many of their quality matchups go, where you just kind of weathering the storm, getting beat down on, you go in Doran Shield, you go in second wind just to survive. But it's a big thing with the Nico in the bot lane and the fact that you're playing into Rakan. If you're able especially to dodge away from the Qs, the sustain that gives out, you can just harass so heavily. And why this pick has been so prevalent, so dominant for such a long time. Having that engaged pick who has the harass of a ranged support.
Want to highlight, by the way, that Gen.Gs, you know, their wins that often look great because they're Gen.G. And they really have just been winning all year. Peter, though, 7-1.
Yeah, I was about to mention that because, like, you've got 6 and 9 for Cuz on the Trundle, 4 and 6 for Perfect on the Scion, illustrating that it has been a difficult season for this team.
Then
7 and 1.
I feel like so much of the Legend Group we just saw Nico banned away from.
Yes, it was.
For good reason, because Peter has been absolutely amazing on it. Perfect will get knocked up momentarily here by Keen, having a good time, procs the Conqueror.
And Canyon was spotted on that ward in the river, so KT has full information of where the enemy jungler is, even though he didn't actually show up for a gank there.
BDD thinking about an aggressive move, but tangoing with Chovy right now, a little bit dangerous, especially with Canyon waiting in the wings. As you mentioned, was spotted on Vision, so BDD going to be playing towards the bottom side of this lane you'd expect. As rocks getting thrown around, and it looks like everything is just fine for the moment. Down by about a wave is probably what you'd expect for the Akali in this matchup. The Seismic Shove is going to catch him, though, as BDD takes a turret shot, has to flash to get out of the way of Chovy. That was gorgeously played, predicting the Shuriken backflip.
2 sides to every coin, you know, a great Seismic Shove from Chovy, but also BDD playing it way too close to the tower there. Ends up losing the flash there, trying to get a heavy trade on a Chovy. And the thing is, they both have TP, so I feel like it was just so much risk for so little reward going for that.
And the lane had been going really well, I think, all things considered for BDD. Again, your window starts at 6, and now not having the flash available to get on top of the Taliyah guaranteed is definitely rough, as we do see Sivir has been doing exceptionally well here during the playoffs. I think it was a 5-win streak, maybe 6, just consistently. And Sivir isn't very flashy, but she's just good. She's solid, right? You have a lot of damage, you have a decent amount of early game utility, and I've seen teams use that. There's also the fact that Keen's flash usage on level 1 has not been punished at all.
No. I think especially as well, since Baron is now a good amount later in the game, it's so hard to like convincingly get a lead against a Sivir.
Yeah.
You kind of need Baron to make a lot of headway against a pick with so much wave clear consistently. And as well, having the spell shield means you can't just force an engage onto the pick. So Sivirs are always likely to at least get to like that 3-item spike where she really comes online.
Well, we're seeing the Dragon being started here by KT. Very early one, as jungle CS is very even. Seismic Shove does go wide, as BDD feeling a little less hyphy in this lane for the moment. 5-point strike will connect there onto Chovy. And there is the Dragon going down. Hextech going to be the second one. So could be some doozy dragons as far as our soul is concerned. Hopefully not another ocean, as Chemtech I think Gen G fans probably pretty happy about seeing that one with an Aatrox and a Xin Zhao on the map.
What's your problem with saltwater bodies, Max? Like, why didn't you like the ocean?
I just don't think Ocean Soul is very powerful in League of Legends. I do think that the ocean is pretty cool, though. And Chovy going to be flashing away from BDD here. Doesn't find the shuriken backflip for that reason, but hits level 6 and immediately goes in. Oh, Ruler might be in trouble here as well. Spell Shield going to be employed nicely.
So the respect there, because it was Peter sent up like the clone into the lane. I feel like that's why Chovy reacted so immediately to the all-in attempt. And BD commits the ult. That's all that was committed there to get the flash from Chovy. It's a pretty big reward. And now, obviously, BD been his flash earlier. It's going to be back up out of sync with Chovy's, and that's a window he can definitely punish.
Could be a really big in for KT when it comes to this grub fight that I'm sure is going to come through. Taliyah not having flash means that Perfect's a lot scarier, because his pillar is a lot scarier. Peter still has his flash available, and I think he should be at level 6 when we get to that fight. Is always a little bit tricky for supports, so we'll see if he actually hits it or not. Because I do think that the Nico obviously is really gated by having access to that big team fighting tool.
Yep. Left arm now, as you can see, down pretty low as these ricochets are flying through thick and fast. You can see he's ahead by a little bit of farm though, so has been staying up in this lane quite nicely. BF sword in hand. And so honestly, things could be way worse here for KT. They have a 0 gold lead. I was about to say a slight gold lead. Now it's Gen G that does have that, as we have waves ping-ponging back and forth. I think this next fight is going to tell us so much.
Because I do think they need to win, right? Like, Duro?
Oh, yeah, actually taking a lot of damage here as the last turret shot comes through a little bit late. The train is making its way down, and Perfect will be able to pick up this wave outside of the range of the turret as well, so some freezing shenanigans could come on through as Cuz already starting off these grubs.
Yeah, I feel like Gen G got baited a little bit by the fact that Peter was showing his Docdown with low HP. They obviously knew it wasn't Docdown because he wasn't using his Q, but you see Canyon and Keen moving over for Cuz.
Yeah, good sidestep here from Cuz. Does get pulled back by the Infernal Chains, but puts down the kennel for Keen. BDD now into the Shroud, and they're looking to lock down 2 of these grubs. We'll see whether KT can actually do that as they're waiting on this smite cooldown momentarily. Canyon moves on in. He should be able to get this second one, and we'll see whether Gen G decide to stick around as Keen. Still at about 50% health, but he is Aatrox. Doesn't quite have the broken item yet, but does, of course, just have his passive.
Yeah, Cuz is going to have his smite sooner, so I think Gen G knew they just had to kind of back away on that one. And I think KT feeling pretty confident they could set up for the fight there.
It's actually really nice for KT because they were a member down. Like, Perfect doesn't have his ult, doesn't have TP. And still Gen G, even with an extra man advantage towards that top side, didn't feel comfortable. Kina got unchunked. I think he was also sitting on a good amount of gold. So probably didn't really feel like he wanted to go too ham in the fight there. That means that KT come out with a small advantage.
I think
a lot
of times we've seen teams, as long as they're getting the one grub to deny, they're kind of okay with not fully contesting when they don't need to.
Oh, BDD going in, does throw down the ulti here, doesn't hit the backflip, but now BDD underneath the turret, and it's Chovy that outplays it. Oh no, if that shuriken had landed, he would have done it, but instead it's Chovy walking away victorious.
I feel like it's one of these situations where he didn't have to commit. After the shuriken missed, he could have just walked away and said, okay, you know, I forced him out of lane. I still have my flash.
I was honestly expecting it, and then he went back in.
Then he fully committed.
Oh, Peter looking for the Pop Blossom, doesn't get it on the rule of the Spell Shield's fantastic. Does still manage to land the Tangle Barbs, though, is now Docdom going aggro towards Duro here. He flashes away, but the slow connects onto Ruler. Great sidestep from Peter there, as well as is now Duro in trouble, and Docdom picks up the kill. The sidesteps were pretty nice, but not enough.
And this is just the power of the level 6 from the Zeri. That being said, that's Taliyah.
Yeah, teleport to come on through here as they're looking to try and turn it, standing their ground as they maybe shouldn't have. Flash out there from Docdom as now BDD going aggro once again. Sliding over the wall though, Jet Set Radio future style is Docdom, and he is able to get himself to safety.
Meanwhile, in top lane,
yes,
they're not doing a lot.
Let's see how this one actually went.
It's kind of feels to me like a repeat of last time. Like, he wants to go for it because he doesn't have flash. Chovy doesn't. But Chovy was already walking backwards.
BDD was kind of crazy.
Exactly. Because he knows if he gets that kill, even if you trade 1-for-1, if you get a kill as a Kali, you're happy to take that. As we take a look at this topside play.
It was actually great timing, the ult from Dokdam. It would have meant the Pop Blossom would have connected, but Ruler sees that and flashes away, so it doesn't get knocked up. But it's just kind of showing the power of the ultimate combo from this Nico and Zeri. Really needs to be respected in the 2v2. Now look at this team fight.
Yeah, Dragon's going to be equalized here as pay attention, please, Orcs. Interruption on the Weave as well, fantastic. There's Chovy down very low once again, has to use that flash immediately as soon as it comes back off cooldown. This game's still exceptionally close, but Gen.G slowing down that Dragon stacking.
I'm worried though for KT. I think they need a breakout fight. It can be Otacon, it can be towards the Rift Herald. They are getting gold onto Dokdam though, and that is a really big deal. That does help get them in a position, because if Dokdam and BDD were falling behind, I think the comp just falls flat on its face. But still, the fact that Akali is down almost 900 gold is really rough.
Yeah, not a good spot for BDD right now. That's the major concern. And that fight there, when they were looking for the Dragon, they didn't have the ult for the Zeri or the Nico. So, and also you look at those two big item spikes that just came in, the Rocket Belt for the Ahri, the Sundered Sky for the Trundle. I feel like that wasn't really the ideal spot for them to take a fight anyway, so I don't think it's too big of a deal that nothing came from that, but I think KT really need a fight to go in their favor soon.
Yep, Dokdam does manage to upgrade his shoes that are only sitting on one item for now. Still with that kill, with the fact that he does have a 10 CS lead, does mean that the Zeri is still the win condition here for KT. We're not certifying it just yet, I imagine. We will get confirmation from Wolf whenever certification time does come in. But I'm
definitely
expecting
not yet.
it's not yet,
Oh,
absolutely.
No. I think we need like a triple at least, maybe a double in some situations.
Yeah. So that hasn't happened. I'm counting a 1. And that is just for KT in general. As Chovy doesn't find the shove there. Good movement from BDD to avoid it. But still, this Talia, 1,000 gold ahead just by herself. And the fact that Gen.G has a gold lead at all is basically just Chovy.
This top lane matchup isn't going to get better though. Like Keen, Aatrox is one of those champions where once you reach critical mass of ability haste, you become so obnoxious to play into, right? He's resourceless, and he's going to do more and more damage to Perfect. I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up going for Cleaver down the line as well, which would make it even harder for Perfect to just try and stay alive in that lane. And if Chovy gets ahead, even though he is, of course, going for a tanky build because it's Chovy, life does not get very fun for the
Yeah, the fact there's already a giant spell in Chovy's inventory.
Yeah. Ruler now going to have to deal with the kennel as it does pop on down. Dokdam is going to back away though. Does see Dura making his way in. So KT not going to be able to find too much more than an ulti out of Ruler.
Yeah, trying to find an angle, but Dura just moving in to offer that cover. And I feel like it's one of those plays where it's just expending resources, trying to see if they can find anything. But KT, we said going into this, coming out of the draft, they needed momentum with his composition. Oh no.
Yeah, there's the flick onto Peter immediately. He gets quicknessed up though, and the charm is going to hold him in place long enough for that Nico to just have no options.
So that initial play from KT, I think Ruler didn't have flash, so they're trying to see if they could punish the lack of flash. It was still like a 5-second, 10-second cooldown. But then Peter gets punished heavily. Like that he doesn't use his flash or his ultimate. I think they need that for the upcoming fight, so it's not super consequential, except that Chovy is now even further ahead.
Yeah, that's the problematic part.
Just right on the edge.
Yeah.
And then
Body
the follow-up
can walk
coming
it off.
through. Yeah, layers the CC. He gets exploded. It was just a simple walk down there for Chovy to pick it up. He now must have so much gold. And obviously hasn't finished his first item yet. Has kind of been picking up pieces from different items. He's going to be very strong going into this next fight. So a little bit spooky, I think, for KT.
Completes the Archangels. The Seraph's going to be on the way pretty soon. As Rift Herald has now spawned. Would be feats of strength on the objective department for KT if they can lock that one down, keeping themselves in the race, as it then would be just that first turret, which Rift Herald does help out for. Dura moving in, BDD wanting to backflip his way over this wall, but it's getting dicey. Does get on over. Megacone is going to be there as well as the Rift Herald down to 50% health. KT had already started this one up. Teleport in from Perfect. He's going to have to land this engage if they want to stand a chance. As Canyon goes in, manages to take the Rift Herald here. The knock up onto the Scion, who's being thrown around like a ragdoll, and now Keen finds the back line. The flash over the wall from Perfect, but he's out of the fight. Pop Blossom does nothing at all. And the Weaver's Wall comes in. Perfect somehow actually utilizing it quite well, but it's Azeri that goes down first. Canyon sacrifices himself, and now Chovy is behind enemy lines, claiming all the flashes. And that fight was almost 100% Gen G.
It looked like Gen G had a 4,000 gold lead with how that fight played out. Oh, Shuriken doesn't connect. At no point in that did KT really look like they had any momentum. It felt like they were just running away for most of the time. They find a turnaround kill in the Canyon, but that's really it. For the rest of it, it was just kite, run, escape, and KT just managed to barely get out, licking their wounds, but Gen G gets so much for that.
And Duro, that's one of the most aptly named battle dances that I've seen. The way that he sets up this fight on multiple fronts ends up being a really big win. And we said, who kills Keen? As we find out, the answer is no one, as one half of the team deals with Perfect in the back line, make sure he doesn't get out. Keen is tanking 4 people!
Yep, he just almost one-shots Peter, and then Dokdam gets CC'd, and he has to disengage. He just gets killed by Keen. The Boomerang Blade finishes off Peter there. And then, yeah, they killed Canyon in the back, but it just never felt like an actual fight from KT.
Well, we might see another one here, or at least an attempt, as Seismic Shove connects onto Perfect. He is in a lot of trouble. Infernal Chains pull him back in. When becomes Lightning doesn't find the mark here as BDD on a flank angle. Does get that Shroud down. Now Ruler in trouble as Cuz gets on top of him, but Perfect is going to be the first one to go down. Just front to back here from Gen G as Ruler claims the first kill. Dokdam sliced in half by the full health Keen. And yeah, that problem that you posed earlier, Chronicler, we're seeing the answer is there's nothing. There's no option. As maybe if he's not there, then there's a possible kill onto Ruler. No! He's going to be able to avoid the Shuriken, but Cuz he's just got a big club, so there's not a lot of outplaying that.
Oh man, that feels so bad. And they get the kill on a Ruler, but the shutdown goes to the Trundle. It's not the person you really want getting the kill. And I feel like it doesn't really change the state of the game for KT. That fight as well, they went into that without Pop Blossom. They went into that without the ultimate for the Nico. So this fight felt so, once again, really not that impactful from KT. Cuz runs up to Ruler and just chomps him once, but look what Keen does to Dokdam! Yeah! He basically just one-shots him and then runs him down, slaps him with that final auto.
And this is what we're seeing, where the issue is, I think it's because BDD just on this Akali needs to have a disproportional impact. There's a beautiful sidestep there by Duro. And I think that again goes back to the draft, where last time I was not very happy with what BDD was playing. This time I feel like I'm not super happy with what Cuz is playing. I think Trundle is a very strong champion, but you just can't carry games the way that you can with many others. And Perfect's trying to create space, which I think really is his only job. But like, Akali's not going to go for Keen. Dokdam needs to be in range to do damage, and Keen is already so far at the cleaver is done.
Yeah, no, that's absurd. 2 items have been completed as Chovy drives on in, doesn't find the Seismic Shove, but they will be able to find this first turret. And Gen G, they would have got more feats of strength, but they already had claimed them. And so upgraded shoes already there, a 4,000 gold lead now as well, and they're starting to run away with game number 2, much like they were able to run away with game number 1.
I feel like Keen is just so scary at this point. There is just no solution to this problem.
I think Keen has been scary at any point.
2025.
Particularly at this point, particularly at this specific moment in time.
Yeah.
It's like the spookiest point of the movie.
And yeah, it's spooky as well because there is a hiding Zeri. Is now Chovy going to get knocked up, and that is another kill going over to Dokdam. That is a lot of money for him as well, as that's shutdown gold going in. They also get a teleport out of King.
And there it is again. It's the Death Brush. It's just the same play, and it works.
But I think it's the sort of play you definitely need to be making because your 5v5 is just not working right now. So go for these picks, and the gold goes to the right person. This time around, 770 gold went to Dokdam, so big influx for the Zeri. Should have second item completed.
Yeah, knock up onto Cuz here as Keen finds the angle, and Subjugate is not going to keep him alive, although it is at least trying. Yeah, tried to make that one work. Sundered Sky, an item not broken enough to save him.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of paddles.
Yeah. Canyon get into work on this Artican, and there's going to be no response from KT as they are focusing on taking down this inner turret. Keen looking for the angle here. We'll see how unkillable he actually is.
Very!
As it turns out, yes, entirely unkillable is the answer as they decide they're just going to instead run away as the Otacon is just going to be taken for free.
And the thing is, it was going to be a trade, right? Bottom lane, they got the tier 1, they were going for the tier 2. They're like, look, we give up Otacon, but we get a big influx of gold for the Zeri. Gen.G deny that. Now you're trading that bot lane tier 1 for the top lane tier 1, and you just get Otacon for free, essentially. Gen.G, 4,000 gold up, 25 petals in pocket as well. Yeah, they're in a pretty great spot.
It's not looking good, gang.
Well, let's just say that
for game 2.
The pedal peddler himself did a lot of business today.
Yeah.
Because as we can see, he sold 25 pedals to Gen.G.
Well, he doesn't sell them. He gives them out.
That's what a peddler does, though, doesn't a peddler?
Yeah, but
he pedals.
They have not paid for that. They just pick them up.
They stole them from the pedal peddler?
They are foraging.
They didn't. They're just very affordable.
I do not recognize.
They're very affordable pedals.
These are pedals that are out in the wild. I do not recognize the authority of the pedal peddler. They can just grab them. And they have.
You really are passionate about flowers.
You don't know anything about land rights?
Very dumb.
No, you can't just go pick things of other people's land and claim them as your own.
But it's Summoner's Rift.
You should have learned from the tulips thing that
Yeah,
happened.
it's the Summoner's
Oh, hey,
Rift.
don't bring tulips into this, okay? Come on now.
Now, Peter is a summoner, right? So we're establishing that here.
Well, he's the one that summons the pedals, and then Gen.G took all of the pedals, and so he peddled them to Gen.G. That was my theory at first, but if that bothers you, Chronicler, it doesn't matter.
I
You're not going
wouldn't
to be
say
here
it
for much
bothers me
longer.
necessarily. I just want to ask the relevant questions in the scenario, right?
That's why we pay him the big bucks. And thankfully, he asked the question. Unfortunately, we didn't get a good answer. As Perfect doesn't have a good answer to Gen.G just popping out of this brush either. Although, Duckdom and Cuz moving down might be an option. Duro comes in for a bit of a flank angle as the Runans coming on in means that Duckdom does do a fair bit of work.
They got to try.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle here. We'll see whether they can find it. The seismic shove connects. And Cuz taken down to below half health already before the fight has even started. And Shuriken backflip not going to connect onto Chovy once again. This dragon down relatively low. We'll see whether they can steal it away because he just can't get in. And it is just going to be secured here by Gen.G. Now Perfect trying to run away. Does break the chains that bind. I just don't know whether that's going to be enough as the wall will be put up. And not going to be followed through on as Gen.G. They can just back away if they would like to. BDD, good backflip out of the way of Duro here, as now Keen possibly out of position as he does go into that World Ender state, and now the train is going to connect. Pop Blossom onto 2. Can Keen actually die? The answer is no, ladies and gentlemen, because he is just too massive. Cuz going to go down as well, and if you're ever going to kill him, it was going to be there. So for the rest of the game, I think Keen's just immortal.
It was a 10%!
Maximum value for the Sundered guy at that HP. He just deletes Duckdom, and as soon as he's down, the damage isn't there. Gen.G turn the fight around, and engage from Peter doesn't have the follow-through, and Gen.G looks like they're going to be winning this game too.
Oh my God, Keen. Okay, well, yeah, I think focusing on what's going to happen in the next game is probably where KT's minds need to be at.
We have a good amount of time.
Yes,
we do.
Which is
absolutely
nice.
do.
I think the thing is, Duckdom has the Runans now, which means he hits a lot of people. Not so good at specifically killing Keen, who is he just tanks a lot here.
Watch this.
Gets
Look
low.
at his health bar.
He then manages to find a huge Pop Blossom, and he gets so low, but then look, he just dives on a Duckdom with the help of Duro.
Thunder Sky, baby!
Vaulting.
He's full HP again, by the way.
Yeah.
Pretty much, 75%.
Okay, hey guys, it's not just Thunder Sky. He's also Aatrox.
Yeah, the Darkened Blade is not allowed to have that item.
From Gore Drinker meta, that you take an item with healing, and you give it to Aatrox, and any problems the item has are just amplified.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that it's already a problem on every other champion.
He doesn't even have Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, and they will have Chemtech Soul in 3 minutes' time, most likely, as they have a 7.5k gold lead.
This is one of those situations where Chemtech Soul does go pretty hard.
And it was going at, like, oh my God, imagine if they had it for that last fight. Keen may not have actually gotten value because he may not have gotten his health bar down below 50%.
And again, they're a 2-carry team that's about to play into Chemtech Soul with an Akali that's 2.5k gold behind.
Yeah. Well,
Game's done.
Canyon and Chovy are going to be able to duo this Baron if they would like to. They are going to call for some help as KT, it's all about the Hail Marys.
No, Keen's there. Get away, KT.
Yeah, unfortunately,
No!
the certification office is now closed, and BDD is stuck inside his blue buff pit. And now Keen looking for a bit of an angle. The solo Pop Blossom comes in. BDD, a bit of burst damage, but the Baron is going to be secured. And KT are just trying to cut their losses. Their losses will be Cuz at least, but Perfect likely to go down as well. Megacone going to be helping out here as Dr. barely avoids the Wind Becomes Lightning, but I just don't know whether that is even going to be enough as he slides over the wall. Canyon taking a bit of damage. But Genji just going to follow these minions towards this inhibitor turret. And man, I think they are looking to close this one out pretty quickly.
This is just looking not even close right now. And there's just no way KG can deal with what Genji are offering. Keen, I just keep seeing these big green numbers.
Guys,
Yeah.
I have good news.
Uh-huh.
13-4, that's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Chronicler.
That's cool, right? I don't have anything gameplay related.
I can't believe you were born on the 13th month.
Well,
Let me have something. This game is a wash.
Yeah,
As
I
Keen-
needed to add something to add a little bit of drama. There's no drama in this game. This is just Genji destroying KT ruthlessly.
He killed like 769. He wasn't even low. I don't understand.
It's not fair.
You have the most experience with KT. Is this all ramping up to the inevitable reverse sweep?
No. And if I'm as a KT fan,
you have to say no.
I have to say that. No
Damn,
matter what.
expectations are getting really low, right?
Yep. No one is enthusiastic. Let's just say that.
No, don't do it. Guys, you can't beat him. He's too strong.
They need to do something.
Yes,
I imagine
Alex.
that they're just waiting for the game to end. So maybe trying to kill Keen is a good test.
Hey, at least Dr. has Infinity Edge now, so he does some damage.
They have a
3-item
Guardian orb.
spike.
That's something.
That is. They don't have inhibitor turrets. Oh, apart from the top one. That's something. All right, KT, last-ditch effort. We said the last one was a Hail Mary. I don't know what the next level is. I think I got to Hail Mary too quickly because they have another opportunity to do a thing that is like a last gasp. You know, maybe that's what it is. All right, wall is going to be put up. That does get the Trundle out of there, but that is just buying Genji the space to take down this inhibitor.
Canyon's 3 levels higher.
Oh, they're going for it. Let's see whether the raid boss can actually be taken down. They haven't killed the ads though, and unfortunately that means that the raid boss is all that more powerful. You have to do the mechanics. KT is Doctom going to get punished. Goes for a bit of a skate through the turret, but unfortunately he's out of the fight. PDD now looking for a little bit of an angle, but Perfect is going to be torn to shreds. And the Nexus turrets will be next to go down. We won't see the revolting Aatrox with Chemtech Soul because unfortunately the Nexus is going to die beforehand. Duro having a little bit of a party on the fountain.
Canyon, no!
Canyon is tanking up in a turret for some reason and is still able to kill PDD. Please put them out of their misery, and Genji will. They go to match point here in this best of 5, and I hazard a guess to say that they're looking like the favorites in this series.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. And I think the thing I can say about KT is at least that game is now over.
Yeah.
So we can just move forward, move on.
And they've already qualified to Worlds.
They have. That game was in the past, right?
Yeah.
And reverse sweeps are a concept that we are aware of and has happened. So, you know.
They are still in the series.
Yes.
And they will enter Summoner's Rift one more time.
Yes.
And Genji will have the same goal as them at the beginning.
I think we have to address the biggest difference that we've seen thus far in this series compared to the last. Because obviously, we knew Perfect was going to struggle. I think we've seen Peter also not have the same impact he had in their victories. But the biggest difference is that both Chovy and Canyon are awake. And I think that is also what has been, to me, what has allowed Keen to carry the way that he did. Because I think that Keen, Ruler, and Duro, to me, look no different than they did in the first series. I think they were playing well back then. I think they're playing well now. Keen is playing exceptional, but let's be real. If Cousin BDD can't carry, it's not happening.
I think also Genji have gone to these comps where it's just straightforward, front to back, easy as anything, and I think KT are making things harder for themselves than it really needs to be.
Well, we'll see whether they can keep it simple, stupid, moving into game number 3. But it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and then we'll have what could be the last game in the series.
이거 정비하고 와도 되긴 해 막말로.
야 니코 야 미드도 봐줄래 이거.
아니요. 야 여기서 끝내 생각하자.
니코 죽여 일단 니코 죽여.
야 끝내 생각하자. 끝내 생각하자.
바텀라인 몰고 올게.
금방 막한다.
테리 유쳐.
제리 노플. 제리 노플.
테리 노플. 안 되겠다.
나 괜찮아. 마크 줄게. 괜찮아. 딜 없어. 나 힐도 돼. 깨자. 쫓을게. 형 사이언 시체. 너 때리는데?
뭐야. 테리 노플이야.
나 종량 이런 혹시? 뭐야 이거 맞았는데?
에어번이로.
나이스요.
And he will be able to just zap down Faker. There's the pentakill! What a journey for this team. Every challenge they met with skill. They did not falter. They have chased perfection. And now they found it. Gen G.
For the kitchen, boom on for the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to take me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Broke wallet full of dust. Still I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence. Cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go.
everyone, and welcome back to the space on the road here at Inspire Arena in Incheon. It is 2-0 Gen.G over KT, and I know that a lot of KT fans' hearts might be thumping a little bit harder right now, but if you're a Gen.G fan, this is exactly what you wanted to see. It has been domination, it has been dominant, and it's a return to form for this squad. Did you see that trailer earlier, guys? They're MSI champions, AWC champions, and playing like it on their way to attempt to get that LCK championship.
One game away from a successful revenge story here against KT Rolls to knock them down to the lower bracket in the first place. Gen.G look a lot more prepared today than they did at the beginning of the playoffs.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we could see it from their laning phase. It's more stable, so they can actually manage to just go into the macro that they're good on. So I think that comes from the draft. I especially really didn't like that Trundle Akali because they don't help them each other's.
No. And you have a draft here where there's not a lot of setup for the Zeri that they ultimately go with. They're trying to at least add this Sion in to help front to back. It's also one of those perfect picks, right, that's hamstrung a lot of these KT roster drafts. At least this time it's in the second phase. But it's face up right into the waiting arms of, like we've said many times in the past, that R5 Keen counter pick, the Aatrox, which became so huge in this game. And when the Akali doesn't come online early, you can't just sit back and scale with Zeri in this draft, because Sivir also scales. If you don't have map control, Talia is going to set up shoves, the walls are going to eliminate your ability to get onto objectives, and Gen.G can just run away with the game.
Yeah, and I love that because that is where this story starts. We're waiting to see what moment would bubble over, and it was BDD trying to push the envelope, and when it didn't work out, things started to fall apart here for KT.
They were already a little bit behind when this happened. BD goes into Shroud here, right? He thinks he has an angle to potentially look for the all-in on the Chovy. Chovy playing this pretty respectfully, ends up getting the dash through here, and BDD commits his flash after this Shuriken misses. I think expecting that perhaps Chovy would flash, but Chovy didn't have flash here. He actually zones himself away, and the turret takes him out. And it's moments like these where you can see, I don't want to say tilt, but desperation out of these KT players. They're a little bit behind. The Akali isn't working, they haven't gotten it accelerated, and he's like, I have to make a play like this, or we're not gonna get any steam in this game, but it backfires completely.
I think, to be honest, that was a correct angle to look for the solo kill, because Talia used all the spells on the ground, so it was just misplayed by BDD, so it felt a little weird.
And that's the hard part here against this Gen.G squad. When they're firing on all cylinders, you can't be making misplays like that because you rarely get openings. Then our next one, over by the Herald, another fight that just didn't go the way of KT.
So yeah, I think we already mentioned in the draft that they already have such a good comp to just wave clear into the objective, so they could have the better setup. So here, it looks like KT started off the objective correctly, but it was really fast. The Gen.G reacts here.
A Gen.G reaction is quick, they rotate over, the TP comes through here late for Perfect. But notice now, how do you set up Duckdom for success here? Really difficult for him to get any access, and then you're just a ragdoll as the Sion into this draft. Sion into Talia is so incredibly difficult to play because you just get chunked down so easily. And Duckdom, he's trying his best to layer the damage, but it's just too little too late, and the backbone of this composition, the Sion, does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like the only engage from KT was Nico, but it was really hard for Peter to look for the opportunity here. So I just felt like after that solo kill, them not having the priority in every single lane, I think that made KT really rough in the series.
Yeah, and again, the gold lead wasn't like bad. It wasn't like 4,000 gold. I think at that point it was like 1.5, but now you're losing momentum. You're losing the tempo to make the plays. You lose your mid lane turret there, and so the game kind of stalls out here to the fourth Drake.
So this shove here from Chovy actually really sets up the beginning of this fight. So as KT are trying to come in and contest Dragon, they have the split here a little bit early on this, or a little bit late rather, on the Scryer's Bloom. Here, BDD trying to find his angle in. The shove comes through, and then at this moment for KT, how do you fight this out now? You've got two of your frontliners trying to come and getting shoved. Look at Duckdom's position. How does he get in and do damage? Perfect here has to be the one to advance and come forward so that Duckdom could do damage. So you see the Sion move forward here as he tries to get position, and BDD's on a flank, but who's his flank target? The Dragon is there. There's only really Canyon and Chovy. BDD can get collapsed on himself, but then Perfect comes forward here. No great target, and Gen.G can kind of just stall this out and say, you have no win cons. You don't have an Akali that can beat Chovy in the side on the flank, and Perfect just kind of walks forward, tries to tank as Duckdom tries to do damage, but now you're super priced into an unwinnable fight, and KT have to try to all in here. And they know they're so far behind, they know it's so desperate, but Keen is impossible to kill. Xin Zhao has ultimate, and KT I think knew from the start this was not going to be a fight. Heroic attempt here from Perfect, but look at this charm on the Duck Dom. If he doesn't get charmed, maybe there's a chance, maybe like a 1% chance that KT clean up the fight, but he gets charmed, can't do anything, and it's an easy cleanup, and that's the fight that puts Genji on match point.
So from my perspective, I think that was the correct situation for Peter to look for the flank on the Nico, because it was, I think the positioning was great by Akali there. BDD was flanking the damage dealer, and your front lane, I mean, Sion and Chun-Li get chunked, it's fine. And I think Nico should just walk through the tri-bush and look for the angle from the behind. I think he was not the one who's looking for the angle. I think that puts the KT in the rough side.
Yeah, and it goes back to the draft again, right? You had to take the Trundle so that Sion could be played. You get the Nico because it's a power pick, but then you pair it with the Zeri that wants to scale. It just felt a little bit disjointed here by KT.
And when you look at Fearless Draft, one of the big things we've always noticed over the course of this playoffs is the narrower your win conditions are, the tougher it is to play. You're trying to accelerate an Akali. You don't have a great front to back with your Zeri, and they just had no options there.
All right, well, there it is. Game number 2 in the books. It's time to get ourselves to game 3. Will it be a clean sweep, or will there be fight back by KT? Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. Unfortunately, back-to-back shellackings here for KT to deal with. And now their last opportunity to keep those dreams alive, to get themselves to an LCK final for the first time since 2018. And it's going to be a long road. We're going to require a reverse sweep. We're going to require one of the most ridiculous momentum shifts in a series that we have ever seen, and I just don't see it.
So not unlike a roller coaster,
I guess.
Because we've been you know, slowly going on. It's been tough. It's been laborious. We're not winning. But then when you really kick it off, all of a sudden it all clicks.
You know those rides, the giant drop?
Yeah.
It's like a reverse giant drop. That's what has to happen. They need to go down and then rock it up really, really quick. That's what's going to happen. We have to
There are
reach
roller
the
coasters
bottom.
like that, right?
I guess.
Or you just get like...
I feel like they're a bit more
fired
on.
like the tower ones where you sit in the seats on the side around it. You go
Yeah, that's
down.
what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So
we
that's
just need
all,
one of
that's
those
all
in
they got to
reverse.
do.
Yeah, okay, I guess that's all they have to do.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether that does happen, as once again we do have the same bans starting us off, and KT have elected to stay on the blue side for the 3rd time in a row.
Well, this is actually back to the Game 1 bans, because Game 2 they went Panth Vi. Game 1
that's
they
true.
went Panth
That's
Galio. So we'll see what they go for the 3rd ban. Maybe they look to prioritize like the Vi or something. The jungle pool's been thinned out a decent amount.
The Fury, still a problem if that does occur, but Wukong will still be banned.
Yeah, it feels like Genji, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They are just kind of going the same route with their bans here. Consistently keeping this Azir away from BDD, and we haven't seen him play a mid laner with that consistent DPS, you know, which Woodid was talking about after game 1. You have a bursty picks both times, and I feel like something that can have that throughput in fights would be so valuable.
And guess what? They're not going to give it to him because they're going to ban Ryze again.
Yep.
Like, they've just been very consistent, unless they want to give over Ryze and have, like, the Cassio obviously ready. But no, I want to highlight the fact that Aurora was still open is kind of insane. Usually that pick has been swept up at this point already. Was open a few times, but not picked. Is going to get banned away as immediately the Vi comes through here. Everything on the line. Maybe it'll be like Vi Ahri for cousin BDD here.
Well, that wouldn't make me feel very good. I feel like Ahri has had her time and is not very good anymore. See what Genji do want to respond to this with. The Neferi has been the most successful into the buy, but it looks like bottom lane is going to be considered quite early here as we move to game number 3.
Especially when you think of the supports that have been taken out of the equation. We've already seen Rakan, Rel, and the Nico go. So they pick up the Alistar, who feels so premier now in this position with all those picks gone, and then Maokai as well as duo. So really strong engaged picks that make the Vi so hard to play. The CC potential makes it really hard to engage.
It's actually remarkable though, because thus far, whenever we got to this position, Genji would have prioritized Skarner. So this actually is a pretty big divergence, I think, in their drafting habits. They've picked Skarner into Vi for basically the entire year. We know they play it. They're trying something out differently here. Maybe looking for a Chovione?
Ooh, the Chone.
Question mark?
See whether he does want to lock that one in.
Especially if you're playing into the Ziggs, you need to close distance on him, right? And you have engage tools, but particularly the Alistair and the Maokai, if you body block well enough, to stop them from reaching the Ziggs, the Yone, you can't really body block. If he ults and you're standing in the way, you just all get swept up together. So Shobi locking in the Yone is something that really can close that distance onto the Ziggs, which I imagine will go to Dokdam, pairing up with the Leona.
This is looking pretty dangerous once again for KT. Having locked away their bottom side though, it is still Perfect and BDD that can shake things up and try to respond to this Yone pickup. The Smolder going to be taken away. I imagine even a Tristana might be considered. BDD has played that already, had that consistent damage in, and has worked out in the Yone matchup in the past. Kai'Sa going to be taken away from Ruler as well.
I'm wondering whether you want to ban Sylas here. Not matchup-wise, but the ultimates that are available, like both Alistair and the Maokai, are just so insanely strong on Sylas, and Gen.G's going to have to pick what I assume will be Ruler's pick here as well, so not having that much flexibility, but no, it's going to be the TF taken away instead, which TF, Vi, and Ziggs is a really unfun combo to play into, but at the same time, I feel like that with how reliant KT have clearly been on BDD to pump out damage, I think TF will kind of run into the same issues.
I think the Gwen ban makes a lot of sense though, especially if you have like the Yone diving in. I feel like Keen's Gwen is such a threat and can just cause so much chaos, be so hard to deal with. That consistent damage threat that can just shred through so many of these frontliners on the side of KT. Now for Gen.G, I think you just take 80 carry here and leave that top pick to last. Jhin makes a lot of sense in terms of the follow-up in this position. When everyone else goes in, you just pop that ultimate.
Self-sufficient as well, so Alistair gets to actually roam.
Also can play at such a distance. I feel like there's a lot of picks that have to operate within a range where Vi can just ult them. Jhin can stand miles away, and it gets to the point where Vi has to go so deep to ult him, it just isn't really worth it.
Yep, you can theoretically threaten the Jhin when he throws up the Curtain Call with Mega Inferno Bomb, but if you do that, then you don't get to use it in the ensuing fight, and I assume there's some crazy stuff going on at the same time as... Yep, Vi Ahri, it was what we were thinking might happen, and I don't know whether any of us are all that enthused by it.
I think it's Jax or Yorick. Jax, Yorick is kind of really what's, I think, left here.
I think Yorick's too risky, as much as I think it would make sense in an ideal world. We've seen...
Oh, I agree.
Perfect really struggle, especially, I remember when it was Road to MSI and he was against Doran's Renekton, he got absolutely blasted. I think if he went the Yorick and Keen went Renekton, he could have a really tough time. He just does go the Renekton himself. And I think when we see Gen.G diving in, you can obviously just be kind of that constant threat that ult does so much damage as well to a lot of melee champions on the side of Gen.G. And actually, it's Gen.G going for like a 2-carry composition with 4 melee if they lock in this Ornn.
That is, it's feeling like things are switching sides just a little bit as far as the comps are concerned. I don't want to take away from what Gen.G have put together though. There is a lot of CC. So you could have a lot of KT members just not able to play the game, but like you were saying, possibly missing out on damage, and we'll see whether that does come back to bite them.
I do think Gen.G are definitely the best team that we have in the LCK playing 2-carry comps because of how good their 2 carries in that scenario are. And to me, whenever it's a Ziggs comp, I know that this isn't really a poke comp, right? It's much more dive bolstered by Ziggs, but they have not 1, not 2, but effectively 3 long-range engage tools to just start off a fight at any point, and I think Gen.G are very dangerous when they have those tools.
I think my only concern, especially if they fall behind, is there's a lot of downtime between Yone when he has to rebind his soul, and Jhin when he's reloading, or when his ult is timed out and he has to close distance before he can auto. It's not a time where you're not doing that much damage, and there's going to be more constant damage output from the other side. So, you know, we've gone 2 games where I feel like there was very definite draft advantages for the side of Gen.G. And I feel like here, KT may have given themselves the tools to maybe answer back in the series for the first time.
Man, that Yone was amazing.
And then the little kid drawing right next to it, that was amazing.
All artwork is beautiful. Just like that Agumon that we can see there as well. KT fans still trying to stay positive here. And I do think that this draft feels better than what we saw in the last couple of games. The tempo vibes, though, to mention them for the first time this series, well and truly in Gen.G's favor.
KT, 하나, 둘, 셋. Gen.G, 하나, 둘, 셋.
That is the loudest the KT fans have been so far. And I don't know whether that bodes well or ill. Maybe it just bodes neutrally.
It just bodes.
It bodes.
It certainly bodes.
Yeah, I'm whelmed.
Not to be confused with boats.
Boat? What?
No, boats. Like
boats.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not a boat.
Well, I just thought it was important that we highlight that.
Owie. Well, he can at least go home.
Wait, no, he can recall, and he got the mana flow ban stack, so I think he's feeling pretty good. He gets back, and he gets the ping on the ward. Oh, Dr. is feeling good about
That
this.
is so much money right there. I also love the blatant Ziggs bias coming out from Dan. This is only a tricast, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, in case of a Ziggs game, and we needed Chronicler here to balance it out.
They were actually considering just having me not on cast and then bring me in if Ziggs was picked, but they thought that might be a bit weird, so they just said, we'll just include you, you know, just in case. And it paid off, I think we can say.
You've nailed it. You built a career around it. Even when Ziggs isn't in the game, you can still talk about Ziggs at some point.
He also has the correct skin. He has the pool party skin.
Yeah, it's maybe Dr. can bring the vibes back for KT, but probably not. As Canyon going to be taking down the Raptors first as he gets to his clear in his pajamas. Not a good look because, of course, he was asleep for a lot of the playoffs. Has since woken up, maybe ready to go back to bed, but hopefully not until after this weekend.
Want to highlight important that there was a ward on Raptors which spotted Canyon's late invade. So KT is fully aware of this, and it's just going to be some vertical jungling happening here. As last time we saw that happen, Chovy was actually able to, in the last game, to get a good trade back. This time BDD really putting the pressure on him.
And this matchup, Chovy on Yone into BDD on any champion, to be perfectly honest. Last time it was Syndra. This always makes me worried. One of the most one-sided games that we've ever seen by a single player was Chovy playing Yone into BDD's Syndra.
It's still the best Yone game that I've ever seen. That was ridiculous.
He was extraordinarily strong in that game. We'll see whether BDD can have a better experience this time around.
Don't think Keen is diveable if he holds onto his W. So
I think it's too hard.
Yeah.
That much help.
He also still has his cookie. So, and I think Cuz making the right call. Just getting some vertical jungling here. Nothing too crazy.
I love it when Renekton's played and Morgan's name is on the screen. Absolutely beautiful. You'll love to see it. Renekton doing it a bit well. Here in the LCK more recently, and Perfect actually finding the most success on it out of everyone.
I like that they gave him scales, you know, they made his ult actually good in the late game, so he's now really is...
Yeah, now he has scales and scales.
Yeah, he just scales a little bit better than
He definitely,
off a cliff now.
definitely has skills.
Yeah. Although he always had them. Chovy looking a little worse for wear, but obviously this matchup is about just trying to take what you can get and not falling too far behind. Putting that Doran's blade to, Doran's shield to work.
Yeah, kind of the reverse of last time, where it was BDD on the Akali, weathering the storm, and just holding up until later. Oh, seen? No lane. What's happening? A little bit of fun.
The double satchel, as we've also got the junglers fighting. There's fighting all over the place. Is now Keen looking for a bit of an angle. The flash away, and Keen also going to be flashing here as now you got a Zenith Blade in, and Canyon is looking to die, but the heal comes on forward. He goes back. The triple pulverize is good, but it's a punch to come through for first blood. Still, the counter punch is better as Genji take down 2.
The heal was so clutch to keep Canyon alive just a little bit longer, bait them in, and now
oh god, Doctor's dead as well? He has to flash to get over the wall. So Duro, oh my, what is it with this guy in game 3?
So much ends up being expended there from KT, and Genji coming up ahead in terms of kills. It looked like it was a little bit doomed there for Canyon. He oversteps here, but you can see in the bot lane, both Ruler and Duro moving up here. And it's the heal coming out from Duro that keeps him alive just long enough. He goes in, gets some more healing. And they do take him down, but the damage is there.
I mean, Canyon doesn't care if he dies there. If they win the scrimmage, what's he do? And he gets, what, 2 flashes?
Well, what can he get now is the question, as there is a knock-up onto Keen. He gets out. Keen is the one that's now in a little bit of trouble. No flash available. Will get slowed down. And I don't think... Oh, never mind. Keen surviving for a while. Cuz will be taken down, though, as it's a 1-for-1 on the top side. And Feats of Warfare will be taken here by Genji at 5 minutes in the game.
And we heard a little bit of desperation, I think. outcry of the fans. I think KT knows their back are against the wall. They are trying to make this game as messy as possible.
Well, they're succeeding. Peter doing the same thing here and doesn't quite land the Zenith Blade.
Oh, the sidestep.
Yeah.
Rocks it off.
This has been a very scrappy game. This has been a lot
You
of
said
fighting.
manic in game one. I'm feeling like the level of mania has possibly extended.
In the stadium, I think the KT fans are feeling a lot of mania right now, but particularly it feels like it's bled into Summoner's Rift. I mean, Perfect has priorities. He's been ahead in the matchup against Keen, but doesn't quite get...
He didn't have his W.
That's unfortunate. I assume used it early on a trade on a Keen, and then here just not quite able to get the damage on a Keen. The reset, the cooldown comes in for Cuz, but then doesn't have enough health to survive the 2 tower hits.
This ties back to that skirmish on the bot side. If Cuz has flash, that's just a kill for them.
Yep.
Because Kenyon was able to get out with his phase rush, but wasn't really anything available still for Keen and Gen G. An early gold lead with this composition.
And also gold in the right places, because when you have a 2-carry comp, you really need those 2 carries to be ahead. Both Chovy and Ruler 1-0-1 have gold leads on their opposition. That is exactly what you want, what you need. Because I think really we've seen games where...
Oh, the charm somehow going wide here as BDD taken down to 50% still. Duro looking worse for wear as I've seen this movie before.
That is...
Ruler runs real fast with those Swifties.
It is also not the ideal position to be as
Oh dear. Well, Docdom is going to get towards... Oh my god, the last shot! Deadly Flourish is exactly that, but the sidestep there for Docdom.
Yeah, Docdom not having a fun time with the 1v1, and especially now that Ruler has the Boots of Swiftness, it becomes so much harder to hit your skill shots onto him. And Ziggs, he's all skill shots.
Didn't quite work out. Dragon has now been started here by Gen G as well. The tree just getting to work on that one. That will be secured. Oh, Infernal to come up next. See what the soul is going to be in 5 minutes' time. I understand why KT want to up the pressure, but it's Gen G that are finding so many of the advantages as Chovy unbinds the soul, is looking a little worse for wear, but he's able to get himself back out, and it's just BDD pushing the wave. Instead of doing much else, Duro just gets him out of there.
But Gen G is really happy with this. I think if they are able to just scale into the mid to late stages of the game, like they're going to be exceptionally confident. They have a really good team fighting. As highlighted, the goal is exactly where they need it to be. So actually, I want to see KT keep going for these fights, right? This composition has a lot of built-in power just with the ultimates, the single target lockdown, and the power of like Dominus, the Ziggs ult. So really just try and push as much as you can. So I'm happy to see them go for the grubs here.
I think as well, you can play into skirmishes because I feel like for Gen G, you know, if you end up in a scenario where you're fighting top jungle, Gen G's top jungle doesn't really do well in the 2v2. You know, if it's jungle support, again, Maokai, Alistar isn't that threatening. So I think often you can do better in the skirmishes than in the 5v5 where you have your 2 carries obviously there to provide the damage. So if KT can find those angles, especially with the amount of pick potential they do have available, that's where they can definitely find potential lead over Gen G.
Mega Inferno Bomb comes in as Ruler just wanders past the turret. Duro's making his way and he's got level 6. Satchel is decent, but I don't think it's quite enough as Ruler taken down very low, but they still secure the kill onto the Ziggs. And now Peter might even be in trouble as well as Duro is still very healthy and Peter has 0 damage.
That was risky, I feel like, from Gen G, but Ruler ends up saving the flash there, and Docdom doesn't even end up ulting on the end to try and catch him out, but obviously he could have just flashed away. It was a weird scenario where it ends up being Ruler the one who's tanking attack. Actually, I think he did use his flash, but it's just not updated on the scoreboard. It says
the kill isn't there yet either, so we're just taking our time momentarily.
Yeah, I was thinking he flashed, but now I looked over, you know, I trusted the...
Let's keep our eye on it.
Yeah.
Ruler
hitting. So they tried to reset aggro there, but then it still went the way of Ruler.
Yes, you did flash at the end, yeah, okay.
Because of the interrupt on Duro, he doesn't actually get aggro because the Satchel interrupted his dash. So as a result, it was actually Ruler that had aggro and was just tanking the turret the whole time. Uh-oh.
Very strange. As now BDD does have to use the Spirit Rush to get himself out of the way of the tree.
So I imagine that will hopefully start updating soon, as it is throwing me off a little bit.
It's okay. We are stuck in the past. This was a request from the KT fans. We just don't want it to get any worse.
So mean. I think they would
don't want it to get any worse.
They want to be stuck further in the past, you know, maybe.
2018.
No, last week.
So,
last week.
Yeah, last week would be pretty good. As now Duro's going to get taken. Update the scoreboard. Up. Oh, never mind. You don't have to. You don't have to. There's no updates. No updates. As the curtains have now been called. As Doctom looking for an angle. Cuz. Oh dear, the ulti from Chovy comes in. He was looking for Cuz first. Doctom is a sitting duck, but he does have to rebind that soul as Ruler diving forward. He's got a dancing grenade. It's not quite enough. And I don't think Ruler's going to be diving yet again. Deadly Flourish going to be back up and available pretty soon. That's a scary one. Might be able to hit Doctom with it. Won't kill him from here, but will be able to interrupt a back or two. Instead, it's just beat it eat. Making his way in. Not sure whether he teleported because he's still got it off cooldown.
On both sides, I feel. Duro... Okay, so I think Doctom was waiting for his ult to get it up to try and kill Duro because he was so low here. And I think they kind of just assumed that someone would have it. And then he throws his ult very late and just misses it, unfortunately.
No.
And here, they decide to start blocking for Cuz. They sidestep Chovy's ult, and it's a nice satchel to disengage. And then it gets... It's a little bit yakety sax after that.
Yeah, it gets a bit weird. Nothing too much does happen, as we can see here. This is the result of all the things that did happen. BDD's teleport is appropriately on cooldown.
Duro was 13 HP.
Not even. He actually sidestepped because Doctom also threw one bouncing bomb through the turret.
Oh man!
Trying to get him, and he just was able to dodge.
And we now have the OG sort of
that
panel.
Kind of cool. Good vibes here.
They are going back in time.
Yeah,
it's
there
happening.
We go. That's what we're trying to do. Unfortunately, they did update the scoreboard though, so that does mean that Gen.G's looking a little further ahead.
Don't look too closely.
True.
Don't ruin the show.
That is always what it's about. If you want to be mystified, just try not to pay too much attention, and then everything's mystical. Okay, perfect slicing and dicing and all that sort of stuff as Doctom standing on his satchel, keeping himself safe. As KT looking to get themselves ready for their first dragon of the game, up in 2 seconds' time. Gen.G not likely to give that one up without a fight, especially with the amount of tools that they have available, as double ultimates back off cooldown here for Ruler and Chovy at the same time.
Top laners both have TP as well. Sums largely available. Doctom and Ruler not quite there yet, but Gen.G, once they get control of the pit, I think it's hard to push into a Maokai-Alistair combo.
And it's also so easy for them to gain control if they lose it, right? Canyon's on Maokai, the best at retaking control. As Captive Audience is going down, you can see the Drake going down low as well. Teleport does come in. There's the Nature's Grasp. As it is the Vice stealing away the Drake. That is something. And now Cuz looking for an angle onto Chovy as well. Doctom keeping himself safe. It's a Cloud Soul, and that's pretty cool. But that's also a triple knock-up with the Pulverize. These Gen.G health bars are so low, but there's no one that can actually do damage apart from BDD, who flashes forward and immediately gets smashed back. And Chovy finds the knock-ups as well. The Ahri survives for a while, but eventually goes down, and Doctom just doesn't have enough in the tank. The last man standing, they get the dragon, but not much more.
And it looks dire for a second, but Duro gives his life for the team fight, saves Chovy. Chovy doesn't even have Blade! How are they winning this fight?
I just feel like, Pina commits so heavily to get the space for the initial smite, but then in the ensuing fight, Perfect doesn't get a huge amount of value, and they don't get any resets for the Ahri. There's this massive knock-up that comes through, and they just don't really have the follow-through. It's just fish in a barrel at this point.
He just straight up didn't care about the train at all.
I think he did. I just think he missed, okay? He did go for the headbutt. He just hit the wall.
But we could see that he didn't really, it just wasn't quite very close. That's fine. Perfect. Dices up those minions very, very satisfyingly. So that KT fans gonna be what they're holding on to as 2.5k gold lead for Gen.G.
Atlas, I have to ask, you're the biggest Jhin hater.
Yes.
How are we feeling about Jin's current position in this game?
I would say this is a better position than some.
Than most? Even? Maybe?
You know what? I'm willing to go with most.
Hell yeah.
I also think that Ruler could have been playing Teemo, and he would also be in a great position in this game.
Okay, no,
in fact,
no
maybe
shot.
he should have.
No, not Teemo into Ziggs. Ox, give me a Ziggs check. That wouldn't work, right?
How's the Teemo matchup?
Teemo's pretty bad in the Ziggs.
Oh, that's a shame.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
I mean, they're basically the same champion, aren't they? Like, Teemo puts down the mushrooms and Jin puts down the flowers. It's the same thing.
I know you're rage baiting, and I'm not going to fall for it.
Okay. Well, inner turret now going to be taken here by KT. Not a lot of response by Genji outside of the outer turret in the top lane. So this is some Ziggs value.
This is what Ziggs is good at, you know, get some gold. They are potentially going to lose their mid-tier 1, though, if Genji chooses to throw Herald down there.
I feel like the positives are going to conclude relatively soon for KT, but right now, looking all right. Stealing away a blue buff. There we go. Keen is just, you know, thwacking with his blacksmithing hammer onto this turret, but that will eventually go down. KT have closed this gap, though, pretty substantially.
Yeah, picking up that tier 2 tower, honestly, got a long way, so...
This wave is disintegrating to the turret.
The game's it's not in a good spot, let's be honest, right? Lula has a massive lead over Dogdam, but I think things could be worse with how some of these fights have been going.
Oh, could be worse. That's what we like to hear.
That's always my angle as well.
Yeah, I love a good could be worse.
I'm practicing because, you know, someone needs to pick up that role.
Oh, no.
Oh, Orcs is now going to be the could be worse guy. Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
I think we'll have to share the load. I don't think I can always do it.
I'm going to be there for you. We can also just phone into Chronicler, just say, hey, how's your new job? By the way, could this be worse? We might be able to do that mid-show.
You know I will always say yes.
Yeah, I assume, if your boss says no to that, you've chosen the wrong job. It's all right. Genji now parking themselves around the river. They did just take the Rift Herald, which they will now slam down in the mid lane. Shelly going to get a bit of a headache on the mid-outer turret. And Genji we'll be able to even up that turret scoreline as well as, sharp turn there from Canyon, keeping us on our toes.
Duro's on the flank.
This guy's cow is so scary. And Dogdam be moving up here. We can place in a lot of weird stuff on the Rift, with the satchels going everywhere and these signal posts from the trains. As BDD looking for a bit of an angle here. Keen with some side steps. Nature's Grasp does come on down, but he gets out of the way, Searing Charge, working out to avoid the charm.
Oh, KT, that's a lot invested.
Yeah, I think committing the ult, not a big deal. Ahri ult cooldown's pretty low with Malignance, but the fact they commit the TP as well, that's when it starts to feel bad. And Dragons are pretty soon, so...
Death Trap?
Well, Canyon
that is
might be
Maokai.
surprised about this. Never mind. He sweeps and flashes out of the way of the Zenith Blade. They do get the flash, but that is all she wrote.
Canyon really took that last series personal.
He did.
Because that's... Last series, that would have just been a death.
And it's a good read, right? Super comes out, doesn't end up dying, expected him to be on the top side from that previous play, and it gives the space for Chovy just to push up, take this tower here, so now Genji able to equalize in terms of towers, and that gold lead's starting to balloon a little bit, 2,500. I think with the fact the Ariel just not quite up.
Does going in. There's some dominance here from Perfect, who will get knocked up by Duro, but he does get stunned. Now Cuz looking for the angle, but immediately has to flash away. In the meantime, Canyon's just doing the dragon, and that is just going down slowly but surely, and KT with no real avenue in towards this fight. There's the Drake. They get vision of that as Solar Flare going to be eaten by the Bellows Breath. And now you've got Genji just trying to turn this one on to Peter. They should be able to take him down. Force shot will do it. And Duro looking worse for wear, but can they actually get to him? He's well and truly in the field right now, as finally it's Dogdam that's able to lock it up with the Mega Inferno Bomb. KT going 1-for-1 in the fight, but they lose out on the objective. And the Ziggs going to get caught by that Deadly Flourish, but no follow-up here as Ruler decides to hold the R button.
I feel like the problem was KT spent so much time, so much effort investing into the top side of the map. It was such a rushed attempt at the Dragon. They didn't have the vision set up properly. The objective was already taken by the time they got down there. So they try and force in here for the ult. Only hits Keen, who uses the Bellows Breath. Then they try and make an engage happen. And unfortunately, BDD doesn't end up getting the reset. Duro using both the Exhaust and Flash to survive. And even though he does go down in the Mega Inferno Bomb, BDD doesn't actually end up getting a reset. And because mid-tier 1's still up and available, they can't really chase further anyway. So KT just can't find more.
It makes sense for KT to want to try and fight there, because if you looked, actually Canyon's ult was down, Duro's ult was down, and that's what ended up having him go down. And Chovy didn't have his ult either. Two of those were used in the escape earlier on. As a result, Genji will still get the Drake, but the gold lead not. insurmountable. And this is, guys, hey, it could be worse. This is the type of comp that is always able.
He did the thing.
Yeah, I
He said
know.
it could be
But
worse.
I mean, it was on purpose.
That was beautifully done. We
Can
really
I-
need to
can
take
you-
some
I don't
notes.
think I can do that well.
Can I
With some
actually
practice,
do the
maybe.
finish? Can I actually do the finish?
Can you do it again, just so I
Can
can
I
take
do
some?
the fi- I want to
I'm
actually
gonna take some
finish
notes.
the ball.
Can you do it again, so I can take some notes quickly, Connor?
Just yeah, please.
We don't have time.
Take it away. This is okay. It is going to be Nature's Grass coming on through. Peter getting caught up as Cuz looking for the angle, but Duro says no, I'm better at that than you are. As Cuz gets slammed back and taken down. Peter now Eclipse not going to help him, but in goes Chovy, looks for the angle, catches the flash, and gets on top of Doctom. Not going to get knocked up by the last Q though, but it's a double from Ruler, who immediately Captain Jax and looks for the curtains on to KT. BDD blocking for Doctom, the flash out of the way as Keen looks to come in. Deadly Flourish, not going to be able to pick up that kill, but it's only BDD and Doctom. This inner turret's going to go down. And it's looking like KT may just be circling the drain here in Game 3.
It's starting to get harder to think that it could be worse, guys. That was the moment right there before that fight. I'm feeling a lot worse about it now, as this is going to be Otacon as well. The gold lead becoming insurmountable. And I think KT are on the verge of being swept by Gen.G in a truly riveting revenge for that lost series.
Yeah, they are looking angry. Absolutely. This is a Gen.G on the warpath looking to try and claim that LCK title once again that was stolen away from them by HLE last year.
And I feel like in this situation, when KT are trying to kite backwards and the front line's just getting demolished, Gen.G are using their engage tools aggressively, this is what their comp wants to do. And the carries are so fed, there's no limit to the damage they have. Duro's standing under the tower, tanking it with ult. You know, Ruler's just free firing. The damage isn't quite there because Doctam and BDD are behind, and both of them, you know, they really needed momentum in this game to be able to cut through all this bulk on the side of Gen.G. In the position they are now, I feel like Keen is just kind of chilling with how tanky he is. Even Duro, who's on a support economy, is really not struggling to survive in a lot of these fights. So it's just, it's hard to see the angles. Chronicler, I know you said it's harder to see it.
Okay, no. So all you need is a pick onto Ruler. So he will walk into the Ruler spot, be too far forward, you use your Vial, take him down, then you turn that into Nash, you get free bounties, and bam! Back in the game.
So what do you say, Max? Absolutely delusional, or?
Yes. I think a really good angle would be is if Gen.G lost 2 of their keyboards.
I feel like you guys aren't taking my angle seriously, and that
well, I mean,
hurts my
give us a
feelings little
serious
bit.
angle, and we'll take it seriously.
Well, I know he hasn't done the Ruler spot thing for a while now,
I don't
but
think-
surely it's still somewhere.
True. I just don't know whether even killing Ruler is going to be enough. As the train comes down, Doctom he's playing a bullet hell game, and he's playing it pretty well. Nice charm connects here from BDD, as maybe your wish is coming true, Chronicler. As BDD over the wall once again, throwing out some of the poke here. Great knock up from Keen, but Peter is going to be able to shake that one off. Gen.G, I mean, the problem is Keen is looking to do that immortal thing again.
You can't fight for the choke. There's too much CC, there's too much AoE to deal with on Gen.G's side.
I don't know, KT are going to need Gen.G to choke if they're going to win this game.
Oh my god, Atlas, no! It's gone.
Probably pretty
Just
true.
gone.
Oh, the steal from Cuz! He is able to actually flash his way out as well. Peter may not be so lucky, but I think Peter for denial of Soul Point could be a good thing.
I don't care, I'm in denial too. You got this, KT, keep it going.
There we go. Love that optimism, but maybe just stick with optimism, nothing starting with E, and then we'll be all right. As Duro, sub 50%. The cow looking a little bit worried. Does have the ulti though. Satchel going to get interrupted so nicely here. Cease and desist comes down. Mega Inferno Bomb just barely catching onto Ruler there. Gets into the back line. And it's the cow down as well. BDD. He's got some charges left on the ultimate. Is now Keen. Going down pretty slowly, I have to admit. Ruler puts together the Infinity Edge. Peter rocketing in to help out Perfect.
Cuz is healing off the camps. He's trying to get back into the fight.
Yeah, Cuz is well and truly behind enemy lines as there's the knock up onto the Crocodile. He's sent skyward and Canyon is able to brambly smash him to death. Cuz is actually just counter-juggling.
Hey, the shutdown. They did the thing.
They got the kill, okay.
They did. Okay, now we'll have to find out whether it's enough.
I'm not sure it's going to necessarily be enough, but they did get a splash, so maybe they can turn it into something more. This is a great steal, and they did have objective bounties, so a good amount of gold across the board. Unfortunately, Peter, a little too close for comfort, but then here, this got a little bit goofy. I love how, if you look, Cuz is so low when he goes for this, and nearly just died, but Ruler fumbled with the bullets, you know, the typical Jin thing where you run out of ammo as he's coming in, and then I think Cuz's plan was like, guys, I will heal up the camps, and I will be back. Wait for me. On the first light, on the third night, I will return
and then Gandalf comes back, and it's just corpses.
Everyone's dead. It was the alternative.
Rohan has fallen!
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, Helm's Deep not looking so good.
No, it did not look so hot. So Gandalf just said, oh, my bad, and just rode off.
Oh my god, and we got our wish.
We're maximizing time.
Oh, the pause is here. As we will get word to you as soon as we find out why this has occurred. But I am just so happy that we get some extra content. And KT just managed to give us like a shred of hope that maybe there's a chance that possibly they could theoretically like do something that's okay.
Did you just hear what it was?
No.
There was, I believe, a spider on one.
There's a spider on a monitor? Wait, guys, do they need me? This is my time to shine.
No, guys, this is leading into Lord of the Rings, right? We've all seen Return of the King.
Shelob. We need Sting. Where's Sting? Wait, we had Sting in the space back at LOL Park.
Oh, did you not bring it?
No, I didn't. I forgot to bring it.
I didn't think I'd need it again.
Oh, Chronicler.
Well, someone definitely brought it because we were zooming, so
yeah,
someone had it on hand.
I really do hope that they managed to put the spider in a cup and took it outside.
Blue light? Is it okay?
Well, they can't have the blue light because Sting's back at home. Never mind. Okay, Peter is going to get knocked up here as Keen, setting it up for Ruler, who is doing approximately 16 trillion damage at this point in time with that 3-item completed. KT are not out of it yet. Their Nexus is still intact. And they have a ward outside this Baron. Some information is now going to be gained, but I don't know whether information is actually going to help. Good Charm does connect onto Duro, looking for that flank angle. As there's the engage onto Perfect. He's taken down so incredibly low, so quickly, and it's Ruler that cuts him up. The Baron was just a bait this entire time. The knockup doesn't connect onto Cuz though. Cease and desist into the backline, but Chobi's there with the ultimate to follow. And I think these wallets may just be a little hefty for KT to lob at Gen G. As they just go back towards this Baron as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, I think the chance of stealing that Baron a lot lower now that Cuz is dead.
Also doing a 6 ult.
Yeah, it's not looking super hot here as Gen G just moved Duro and Keen towards this mid lane, and it's Canyon and Ruler that are there to deal with this Baron. Secured very comfortably here as we move to 3,000 gold leads for both carries on Gen G, and with a 2-threat comp, that's a good thing.
Keen is just constantly finding these knockups on Ornn and setting up for plays from the rest of the team.
Has there been an easier POM in playoffs than this game, than this series?
I do. If you're really, I think you can go Duro. I think actually every single game, even if you think back to the last game, right, like the Aatrox.
I really need to start working on Justice for top lane.
But who got the charm?
Yeah, it was pretty good charm.
Who got the charm that enabled Keen to live? That was Duro.
He did charm you, apparently.
Yeah, always has. I'm voting Keen, don't get me wrong, but I think you can get away with a Duro vote.
I think you can get away with a vote for anyone. They will accept.
No, they can't, Max, because do you still have a vote?
No.
So clearly you can't get away with anything.
No. I had 2 votes, okay?
And then they chuck it away.
This season.
Also, Atlas.
So they gave me a trial run, and I didn't pass.
Atlas, also, let's be real.
When I'm vote for your trial? What was the problem?
I'm easily influenced. You got like half a vote when I'm right next to you. So that's something.
That's true.
Who did you vote for?
Harrier,
votes they took it away.
And if it was Bro playing, then it was Morgan. Regardless of the play.
Those are pretty safe bets normally. So.
Yeah. So Justice for supports and Justice for top lane, 2 things.
You must have done something else egregious, because normally those are pretty safe bets.
Max? The Morgan vote might have been a problem. He may not have even won the series. As okay, we do have Keen taking a minuscule amount of damage, but he's otherwise doing okay. as Jacksho's completed as well. So 3 items on the on, and he's also handing out a whole bunch of upgraded ones as there's the Nature's Grasp. KT gonna get coaxed away from this inhibitor turret. Now looking for a bit of a fight, but Chovy finds the angle! He gets in and then gets immediately out again. Perfect though, he's able to stay alive. They take down the tree, but down goes the inhibitor turret as well. KT put the phalanx together to try and block. Never mind, it's not enough, he's just too big!
Guys, I was thinking about the decision to have the Ziggs tank the Jin shots, and it seems to have backfired.
I don't think it was a great decision.
Flash! They had heal!
He didn't want to flash in case he killed his teammate.
Could have lived! Dogdom, you're too good a teammate!
Oh dear. Well, the train is going to run over 2 of them. The Crocodile, the first one to go down. Cuz now in so much trouble as these 4 shots for Ruler, all of them are just nukes that he can throw at KT. This Jin is absurdly fed. Chovy also puts together his Infinity Edge and makes his way back as, man, this is triple shellacking for Gen G as they look to close in. The charm comes through. Duro says, yes, you're very charming, BDD, but unfortunately you're not going to win this series. As in goes Cuz, looking for the angle under Ruler. He just cleanses. He's wandering around. He was reloading for a little while longer, and he does get taken out. Now Keen could actually be close to death, but Chovy is having a field day. They took down 1 threat, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 2-threat comp, and Chovy's the best player in the world. They will take down KT here as Perfect did have enough time to respawn. I just don't know whether this Crocodile is going to quite be enough. As in comes Canyon, that's the ace, and that is the Nexus going down for the 3rd time in this series, and Gen G will not be denied an 8th final in a row.
And it just makes it clear that Gen G have really locked in to make sure an upset would not happen again, and truly how magical the first time round it was that KT could take down Gen G, but this time, no shenanigans. Gen G clinical in their punishment, clinical in their takedown of KT.
And I have a feeling that, you know, there's a few people that were saying words like fluke and things like that was just a huge upset. I think Gen G is still good. I think those people are eating pretty good after this series as Gen G looking well and truly woken up and ready for the final tomorrow.
Well, I think something I would say is prior to that first matchup between them, Keen was rank 1 in Arena. And he has actually dropped from rank 1. He is now rank 2. So it kind of just shows that maybe a bit of locking in, a bit of focus on solo queue
and a lot of arena.
A bit less arena, you know, than they had before. And this guy definitely showed up today.
I can't believe you're saying this, Ox. I feel a little bit...
I do feel like his Aatrox kind of looked like an Aatrox in Arena, though.
A little bit. Well, I want to highlight, looking at it from a more positive spin, as I often do, is that I think that KT's shown that if the members on Gen G don't perform 1 or 2 having an off day, KT, when they are firing on all cylinders, they can win. And I think that that's one of the coolest things about the LCK. On any given day, those upsets can happen. But if all 5 members of Gen G are there, it's not close. Not even remotely.
Nope. And Peanut Fan there is probably feeling a little nervous about what could potentially happen tomorrow. HLE have not lost a game yet here in playoffs, so they are formidable waiting in that final to defend their title, but I just feel like if Gen G are looking good, we saw what happened in the Legend group. It was Gen G and it was T1, and T1 aren't even in this tournament anymore, and if Gen G are looking that good, then it's going to be a really difficult road for an HLE that have looked great in these playoffs. Despite that, I'm still feeling a little bit worried for them.
Man, I can't wait to see what tomorrow's going to bring. That's going to be so hard to predict.
Didn't you say that this morning? You were like, if it's a 3-0 though,
it is.
It's going to be hard to predict because HLE were looking so good.
And it really will, because the biggest difference outside of just the form of Canyon and Chovy, which I think is just a no-brainer watching this series compared to the last one, is that Gen G also diversified their draft and it's looked good, both in the T1 series and in this one. What is the takeaway from Hanwha going to be? What is the early pathing? Because I do think that Canyon's early pathing will remain something that will be of great interest, even though his skirmishes did get a lot better. But Gen G, when every player is playing well, is just unfair. And yes, Keen, you still got your votes.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've put the vote in, right?
I have.
Because, like, Duro played really, really well this
I also
series.
think there's something to be said that this was a 3-0, and it didn't go deep in Fearless, and Gen G didn't really have to flex too many muscles in terms of the draft. A lot of these comps felt pretty just, standard front to draft. The third one I feel like was a little bit more out there, but the first two were just like sort of the standard Gen G front to draft we've seen so many times before. And I feel like as a result, they didn't have to reveal too much on the day.
I don't think they were tested at all. I mean, the first two drafts were so basic, right? We've seen them so many times, and this isn't anything special, and it feels like this draft was a lot more off the cuff. Like what was presented to them, they just decided to lock away. Maybe the priority on the Alistar was a little bit different, but I don't know. I do think that Gen G have it all just covered up.
Remember in the Legend group when they brought out the Ziggs mid against T1, they said they didn't want to reveal it, but they did at the time. I don't think there's anything they revealed yet.
I want to also highlight that this is the type of comp that I think only Gen G can play. I've seen so many teams try comps like this, even KT in this series, and then the carries fall behind, and you have Jin, and he just doesn't do anything. You have a Yone that is trying to do damage. I really want to highlight again the fact that this team can make this comp look this good. Like Yone Maokai is an all-time classic, right? Like that's one that I think we aren't too surprised by, but I just can't wait to see what Honma's going to bring out tomorrow. Their prep was absolutely impeccable. I think still the best prep when it comes to level 1s, when it comes to early jungle pathing, when it comes to drafts. That finals, especially given that it's a rematch from last year's summer finals, and that was a 5-game banger.
And it was a rematch from the LCK Cup
Yeah.
finals.
Woo! These two have been fighting for first and second for the whole year. Gen G has been winning. T1 were up there during the Legend group, but HLE still retained their position. HLE versus Gen G's turning into a bit of an El Clasico. We're starting to have a few of them here in the LCK, and you love to see it. Gen G looking so dominant today. We're going to be asked to predict, aren't we? I don't even know what to do.
I'm going to be a coward and just 3-2 someone. I don't really know who yet.
I like when 3-2 is cowardice. It used to be 3-1 was cowardice.
3-1 Andes,
Yeah.
Okay, but let's be real. 3-2 tomorrow is like, it's a cop-out.
Yeah.
It's probably true.
I've been doing it all playoffs. Apart from today, where I decided to try to get KT as much hope as possible by going 3-0.
We all know
Gen
whose
G.
fault this is.
It's Pony.
It's Pony.
And we're going to have a stern talking to with him.
Especially after he originally went for Gen G and then switched. That feels insulting.
Yeah, that's really rough. So we're going to deal with that. But we now have the entire team ready for an interview. So let's throw it over to Dia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the full team interview translation with Gen G, who just advanced to the finals 7 years in a row. Please welcome the full team: Keen, Canyon, Chovy, Ruler, Duro, and head coach Kim. Congratulations! First, Keen. Against KT Roaster, you just got a 3-0 victory and secured the finals. And you even got a POM. So did you expect such a dominant victory? No, because we had a defeat in the last match, we thought that it would be a little more, competitive. It would be closer. But honestly, given that it was such a clean victory, it feels great. Yeah, you really did make up for that upper bracket loss. So what paid off from your preparation? I think for the last match, we had some problems regarding the draft, so we tried to pay more attention regarding that. And honestly, we had a lot of feedback regarding our trade and just team fighting in general. And you meet Hana Life Esports in the finals. So against Zeus in the top matchup, what are your thoughts? In the LCK finals, it's been a while since I saw him in the top lane during the final. I just feel like Zeus has been a very proactive player, and he is a big influence, and he contributes a lot to his team's success, so I will keep that in mind. And Canyon, it was a rocky journey, but you made it to the finals. How do you feel? Now we had a good victory and made it all the way to the finals, which feels amazing. And everyone pointed out jungle to be the key today. So what did you focus on against Cuz today? I didn't think I actually paid particular attention towards Cuz, but it was more so regarding my own gameplay and just trying to make sure that our comp works against the team, the enemy team. And tomorrow you will fight Huddle Life Esports for the LCK trophy right here during the finals. So, what message do you have for your fans? As for my fans, thank you so much for coming, for all the support. I want to make sure that we win in the finals so that we can all celebrate together. Thank you. And Chovy, this is your 11th finals. And with that 3-0 over KT, how does it feel to advance to the finals? It was a 3-0 victory, making to the finals. And this will be my 11th finals, like you said. So it feels like, yeah, I've been to the finals so many times. Chovy, your movements to skill shots, to juking the enemy, you were just on point. And your Game 3 Yone pick was something that we haven't seen for a while. And your gameplay-wise, you looked great. So what do you think? As for my gameplay, yeah, I think I'm pretty happy. I'm satisfied with my gameplay and my performance overall today. And now, you contributed to Genji qualifying to the finals 7 times in a row. So what is your mindset for the finals? I'm going to make sure that we win in the finals no matter what. And I'm going to continue making it to the finals so that we build up even higher and bigger records for Genji. And Ruler, it's the same year that you came back to the LCK, you made it back to the finals. How do you feel? It's been a long time since the last time I went to the finals in the LCK, and you know, it feels amazing. It feels really fun. I feel like I'm just having so much fun playing in the LCK. And it felt like the enemy was trying to focus you down today, but you handled it flawlessly every time. So did you expect the enemy to focus you down too much? I guess just situationally, I just try to get a good read and grasp of the game. So, you know, I did have an idea of how the enemy was going to play around. So that's why I was able to sort of counter that every time. And since the 2022 summer title, you're looking for another title with Genji. So what's your mindset to take it home? You know, as we were able to win with a great performance, I want to make sure that we continue and bring that same performance and form tomorrow so that we are able to win tomorrow. And Duro, this is your first LCK finals. How do you feel? So far, I just had not imagined that I would be here all the way up to this point. And I think due to all the teaching and all the coaching that I got, I think that's why I was able to make it so far here. And how are you feeling today? You know, I felt great. I think I was able to recover, and I'm feeling great overall. And since joining Genji this year, you just keep returning to big stages. So, how big of a stage does the LCK finals feel to you? It's our regional finals, so you know, I don't think it's going to be as different as any other regional finals and from other regions. So I think I just feel a lot of pressure. I'm going to have to be responsible for lifting a heavy trophy this time. And what are your goals for the LCK final? It was a clean performance today, and I want to make sure that we bring that back tomorrow so that we're able to win it all. Next up, we have head coach Kim. It wasn't a smooth ride, but you made it to the finals. How do you feel? Now, this is our 7th finals in a row, and I'm just really happy to be a part of that record. And yeah, it wasn't very easy, but I'm just really glad that we're here. So what was the key to preparing for today? You know, always thinking about how to counter the enemy, but I think this time around we really tried to take all the high priority picks. And any word for your hardworking players? I think it was thanks to my players playing so well that we got a 3-0, and they've been working so hard. So yeah, I'm so grateful for you guys. Good job. And for all the fans who made it all the way to the Inspire Arena, well, what message do you have? You know, I want to make sure that we're able to celebrate with all of our fans in the moment we lift the trophy. We hope to see you play your hearts out in the finals. Please give it up for Genji. That's the end of the interview with Genji, and back to our amazing analysts. Thank you.
Oh dear, you stop it. Great job with the translations. Also dear here on site in Inspire Arena. Great to see her as part of the team, as it was also great to see this dominant performance by Genji. It goes to Keen.
Keen ends up getting it in the end. I think you could have gone with a lot of different votes here. You could have gone Chovy, you could have gone Ruler, you could have gone Duro, and ultimately it's a very split vote. Didn't I going with Jonas Strong and Soup on this one?
I mean, I think everyone deserves it. I think I can see it from Ruler as well. I think he was consistent DPM today. And I think the overall, the main key point is that Genji was just consistent enough to be okay with the KT's the strategy. You know, they tried to shake up the Genji, but they couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, it was a lot of early game plays here by KT, whether it was on the Akali trying to get the solo kill, whether it was the dive on the bottom side of the map onto Ruler. It felt like every single time there was a play, Genji was ready, and this is the type of Genji that we wanted to see. And we almost saw a little bit too much of them being relaxed and letting the game come to them against T1, against KT the first time, but this time they were prepared for all the plays. So let's get into our comments here. Again, Keen with it, but you voted Chovy. What'd you have here for us?
Yeah, I mean, when it's complicated, you know, I always vote for Chovy. It's never wrong, so.
Shut down the Ahri.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here without the cosplay. Right? He shut down the Ahri, so
Yeah,
I couldn't.
No Ahri there. Oh well.
KT fans dream, but Chovy woke them up. This was a performance from Chovy I think a lot of people will underestimate because of Keen's performance on the Aatrox, for example, but he won lane consistently. His Orianna game was phenomenal. It was able to shut out the Akali incredibly well, beat BDD in that solo kill moment. Mistake by BDD, but Chovy never lost his cool, and his Yone game was phenomenal there at the end. When it's a split call where almost anyone could get it, it's a safe vote to vote for Chovy.
Yeah, but it's also when I like the comments the most because we get to see insight on what jumped out to everyone across the analyst desk on both the global side and the Korean side. Let's see what else that we had here. Chronicler going to Keen with, Keen played well enough to make me betray justice for supports. Cronny leaving, so all of his ethics and morals and guidelines on how he always conducts himself just being broken here.
It's his last comment.
Yeah,
trade supports in his last comment.
Probably.
There's Ox also going with Keen. Keen sacrificed his rank 1 in Arena for this. Again, a lot of content being made about Genji playing Arena, building the synergy, but obviously getting a little bit more focused on Summoner's Rift as the matches got a little bit tighter here. Pony going 12 out of 10 performance for Ruler. Again, just huge games out of him on the bottom side of the map, avoiding the ganks early, getting the quadra kill. Ruler, perfect play. Where can I buy the same Ruler?
Not going to find that one at Daiso. Okay.
Not on a Daiso.
I don't know, but with a career as successful as Helios, he might be able to afford it. You know? You never know. You never know. All right, let's see. What else did we have here? Cloud Templar going with Keen. Every coaching staff's dream top laner. And we've talked about this. You can pick for him. You can counter pick for him. He's just so versatile to play with in the draft.
I mean, great thing about Keen is that you can actually just put him on the weak side, and he's gonna be fine. You know, he's never playing weak side.
He'll turn the Ornn pick into Renekton, into like I win this. By the way, I take over the game. I'm actually carry Ornn.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think let's see if we have any more comments here. Yeah, last one. Go with 7-in was the 7A to Genji's 7.
It looks like the key of
I know.
King, yeah.
It's Hangul, that's the K sound. Yeah. I'm with
777 jackpot, baby.
Oh, here at Spire Arena.
All about the momentum.
Resort, yeah. All right, I like that there. Go with the very, very creative comment. Now, we wanted to highlight one of the highlights here from that last game. It was the defining moment of game number 3.
KT so desperate throughout today, forcing a lot of fights here. Notice Duckdom off on the side here on the Ziggs makes it very difficult, especially because he's fairly low on mana to follow up in this team fight. He sees the Maokai ult go out, wants to actually offer some damage here on the side. Perfect's on the flank, but Genji just stay fortified here, kite back, take out Perfect top side here as Chovy finds that threat with Duro on the Duckdom, and there's just no way for KT to get in here, and unfortunately for BDD after that.
I mean, that was just insane play by Chovy and Duro. I think, like, any other Yone would just insta-die there. But I think he finds a way to escape that situation, and Duro helps him to escape. And I think that showcases that how Genji is good in the team fight. The small macros, like small details from the players is just insane on the another level.
Not to mention the setup, which is just phenomenal. Like every single team fight, it feels like every single highlight we had today was KT trying to find a way in and just being completely shut out at every single turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It is unique because we've seen Genji be the unstoppable force before, but this time they were the immovable object. KT Roller Coaster could not find a way on through. As it is a clean 3-0. I know that we say it all the time, and a lot of the time we say it in jest, but this was clean series by Genji. This is what you wanted to see if you were a Genji fan, reminding not only the LCK, but the world that they are the best team in the world, and they're gunning for that LCK finals. As only Pony, who knows, this could have been completely different if Pony predicted Genji. This could have been, you know, a 3-2 KT. Instead, it's the 3-0 predictors.
Yeah, this series was a massacre, to be honest. Like, after Game 2's draft, I was like, I should have voted 3-0. I should have gone with my gut. I wanted to give KT one in this one, but frankly, this series was, could have been an email.
He's excusing.
I wanted something more. We all wanted something more, Pony.
You jinxed it.
Why'd he do it to us?
I don't know. I mean, we tried to engage in the dark arts. Did myself, Ox, G-Sun, Prince. We were like, yeah, you know, we'll just give him the 3-2. Who knows? Maybe that'll be the curse now. Not the case to be, especially with the way that Genji played today. Again, a great victory for them, which sets us up for our Woori Bank 2025 LCK Playoff Finals. It is Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G. It is the number 1 versus the number 2. A rematch of the
last year's
LCK Cup. The rematch of last year's finals. Man.
Just last year, Hanwha Life were due, right? They got that win. They got the upset win in a banger 5-game series. Then went on to win LCK Cup, right? Went on to win First Stand. We were like, this might be the start of something new for Hanwha. There was a bit of a tumble through the early part of the year, or the middle part of the year, but now maybe they're the ones who once again reign supreme at the end.
It's all about the preparation. I think the reason why KT couldn't win against Genji today is because they already showed up all the cards they had. So I feel like Genji, they're still hiding some pocket picks. And now we are just waiting for HLE to bring up some fresh ideas tomorrow.
Absolutely. On the opposite side, though, if you're Hanwha Life Esports, you didn't have to play this match, right? They've played the least amount of games. They haven't dropped a single game in the playoffs. All clean 3-0s for them, and it's just been a resurgence of confidence, which is what you wanted to see from this team for a little while here, Wolf.
Now, we did see KT upset Genji, right? A lot of people thought this may be KT's run, right? But I think we realized quickly that was maybe a fluke. My kind of concern, or a little bit of a warning maybe to fans here, is don't get excited for Genji. Because this was a 3-0 series where KT did not bring draft depth.
Oh.
They did not perform well. They did not team fight well. They looked desperate. This was not a good performance from KT. Genji looked great as a punishing team, but the opposition they face tomorrow is way stronger than what they saw today. So you might be thinking, I'm riding the Genji hype train. It's going to be a quick 3-0 tomorrow as well. But I think that you should reframe your expectations.
Yeah, you got to remember that HLE is the one who's ahead of the curve. They made the Viper swap, the lane swap 2.0. So I feel like they prepared something for sure, not just draft, but also in the strategy.
Again, getting the insights there from Wolf, who will be on the call tomorrow, so thank you for that. And it's a battle of more Incheon players. Obviously, we highlighted BDD and Chovy, but now a reminder to all of you who don't know, Zeus as well is from Incheon, but so is our very own Mr. Brendan Valdez. So our question to you at home is, who is your favorite Incheoner? Is it Zeus? Is it Chovy? Or is it Daddy Mr. Brendan Valdez?
How many finals appearances did Chovy and Zeus have? Valdez won the first one, okay?
That's right.
Valdez has been around for so many LCK finals. I'm gonna have to go Valdez, easy choice.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 in the chat. We expect to see a ton of threes there for all of you. Let us know how you feel here, Zeus, Chovy, and Valdez. But all seriousness, what a great way to set up this rematch. It feels like it's been brewing all year. A rematch of last year. Final thoughts here, Wajid.
It's always a pleasure to be in this huge arena with the great players. I mean, it was quite quick today. I'm expecting more tomorrow.
Well, I'm hoping that we get a real series tomorrow. Like you said, today felt like it could have been an email. Tomorrow, opportunity for revenge or Hanwha Life Esports defending their title. The narratives are set, so let's hope the gameplay delivers.
Absolutely. We'll have it all broken down for you tomorrow in our pre-show. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK and LCK Global, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the grand finals of the 2025 LCK season.
이 트로피에는 지난 시간의 영광이 새겨져 있습니다. 새로운 장을 열었고 역사를 바꾸었으며 전설이 되어가는 이름들이 이 안에 살아 숨쉬고 있습니다. 그리고 2025년 멈추지 않는 역사의 흐름 속에서 자신들의 이름을 새기기 위해 쉼없는 도전을 이어온 10팀. 하지만 마지막 무대인 결승전의 자리는 단 두 팀에게만 허락됐습니다. 젠지 e스포츠. 정규 시즌을 지배한 LCK의 호랑이는 플레이오프에서의 상처를 극복하고 다시 한번 산군의 위엄을 되찾으려 합니다.
별의 마지막은 성운을 만들고요.
새로운 세대의 별이 된다고 합니다. 박스의 마지막 별이 하나 생기면 첫 우승으로 빛나는 걸 보게 되네요.
경주에서 별이 되었던 오렌지 전차군단. 전승으로 플레이오프를 통과한 디펜딩 챔피언이 마지막 도전자를 기다리고 있습니다. 지난 4월부터 쉼없이 달려온 6개월간의 대장정. 이제 이곳 인스파이어 아레나에서 단 하나의 유산을 위한 마지막 경기가 시작됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.